With regard to the defendant, you didn't make that same type of comparison, though, did you?
That's correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Redirect. Any questions from the jury for this witness? I see no hands. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
You may. I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room for approximately 3 minutes and then return. Please remember the admonition. The jury has left the court. Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Wilmot, the images on the screen.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Ms. Arias, you may come forward and take a seat, please. All right, you can line the jury up. Line up the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi,
I believe Ms. Harris needs to be sworn.
calling your client.
Yes, the defense calls Jodi Arias.
Arias, please stand to be sworn.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Please be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Jodi.
Hi.
How are you feeling right now?
Nervous.
I want to ask you, well, let me ask you this. Is this a position you ever thought you would find yourself in, testifying here today?
The objection.
Relevance.
Approach, please.
A couple of important questions before we get back and start talking about who you are and why you're here, okay?
Okay.
Did you kill Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008?
Yes, I did.
Why?
The simple answer is that he attacked me, and I defended myself.
Okay. It was also brought up during these proceedings that you gave an interview with Inside Edition. Do you remember seeing that tape?
Yes, I do.
And in that tape you said that no jury would convict you, something to that effect. Do you remember seeing that? Remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
Why?
I made that statement in September 2008, I believe it was. And at the time, I had plans to commit suicide. So I was extremely confident that no jury would convict me because I didn't expect any of you to be here. I didn't expect to be here, so I could have easily said no jury would acquit me either. I couldn't say that, though, because there was an officer sitting 5 feet behind me, and had I told them the reason no jury would convict me at that time, I would have been thrown into a padded cell and stripped down, and that would have been my life for a while until I stabilized. So I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I planned to be dead. Probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said those were probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
Ms. Arias, I want to clarify another thing as well when we're talking here. Your name has been pronounced in most of this trial, Arias. Is there another way of pronouncing it? Have you always pronounced it Arias?
I've heard it pronounced about 7 different ways. I say Arias, as does the rest of my family.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit and then talk about your family. Who's in your immediate family?
My immediate family consists of... I'm the oldest of my parents. They also had another son about 2 years after I was born, my brother. And then I have another younger sister and another younger brother. I also have an older sister from a previous marriage of my father's.
Okay. So let me see if well, first of all, what are the names of your parents?
Bill and Sandy Arias.
Okay. And are they still married at this time?
Yes,
Okay.
about 33 years.
Okay. And you said you were the oldest child of Bill and Sandy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a half-sister that is older than you, is that right?
Yeah, she's 5 years older than me.
Okay. And that is your father's daughter?
Yes, from a previous marriage.
Okay. And you have a brother that's 2 years younger than you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is his name?
His name is Carl.
And you mentioned I believe the next youngest would have been another sister. What was her name?
Angela.
Okay. And your youngest brother, who is he?
Joseph.
Okay. And just so we get a bit of separation, how much younger than you is Angela?
Angela was born when I was 11, and Joseph was born when I was 13.
And what year were you born?
1980.
Do you remember where you grew up?
Yeah, I grew up in a few different cities. I was born in Salinas, California, and I lived there until I was almost 12.
Okay. And what was life like in Salinas?
For the first years of my life, it was really good.
When you say that, before you continue, let's clarify. What do you mean by first years?
I would say until about age 7, it was a fairly ideal childhood.
Okay, different people have different meanings when they say ideal, so why don't you describe for us what you mean by ideal childhood?
I have predominantly positive memories of my childhood at that time. My brother and I lived when I was about 4 years old, we moved to a house in a cul-de-sac. We had the center lot, so it was a huge backyard, and we had a lot of places to play there. There were trees to climb. There were other kids in the neighborhood and in the cul-de-sac that we played with. We were close in age, so my family traveled a lot. We went camping. We went to all the theme parks in California.
Did you go to school?
Of course, yes, I went to school.
And you went to grade school in Salinas then?
Yes, I went to a private school for about 3 years and then a public school.
Were you and Carl in school together, or did you go to different schools?
We were in school together. I was held back in kindergarten, so even though we're 2 years apart, he was only 1 grade behind me.
And tell us about your parents at that time, to your recollection. Were they both working? Was your mom at home? Tell us about that.
Yeah, when I was younger, I remember my mom used to work. I guess she was working as a server with my dad. He owned restaurants my whole life. And then when I was around 11 or 12, she became a dental assistant.
Okay. And you mentioned your life was... Well, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what your interests were as a child?
Yes, I had pets, cats, dog, fish. I had a rat. I loved animals. We had a lot of pets. My brother had frogs, things like that. We played a lot of hopscotch and two-square when we were younger. We went roller skating. They didn't really have rollerblades yet, or at least that we used. We rode bikes a lot. We did a lot of camping. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot the question.
All right. Well, you're speaking very quietly. Are you nervous today?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
What's that?
Yes.
Okay.
Very nervous.
Could you do me a favor and pull the mic a little closer to you? Jodi, one of the things that you said a couple questions ago when we were speaking is that your life was pretty ideal up until about age 7. Is something different after age 7, or?
It seemed like, my parents would just, spank us or hit us as discipline, so it seemed like at age 7, around then, it started getting a little bit more intense. That's something I remember.
Okay. You said they started spanking you.
Well, I was spanked before on occasion, just it seemed like the frequency and the intensity of it increased around that age.
What do you mean by that, frequency and intensity?
Well, just there were, I think that's the first year my dad started using a belt. My mom began to carry a wooden spoon in her purse.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Wilmot, the images on the screen.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. All right, you can line the jury up. Line up the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi,
I believe Ms. Harris needs to be sworn.
calling your client.
Yes, the defense calls Jodi Arias.
Ms. Arias, please stand to be sworn.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Please be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Jodi.
Hi.
How are you feeling right now?
Nervous.
I want to ask you, well, let me ask you this. Is this a position you ever thought you would find yourself in, testifying here today?
The objection.
Relevance.
Approach, please.
Let me ask you a couple of important questions before we get back and start talking about who you are and why you're here, okay?
Okay.
Did you kill Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008?
Yes, I did.
Why?
The simple answer is that he attacked me, and I defended myself.
Okay. It was also brought up during these proceedings that you gave an interview with Inside Edition. Do you remember seeing that tape?
Yes, I do.
And in that tape you said that no jury would convict you. Something to that effect. Do you remember seeing that? Remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
Why?
I made that statement in September 2008, I believe it was. And at the time I had plans to commit suicide. So I was extremely confident that no jury would convict me because I didn't expect any of you to be here. I didn't expect to be here, so I could have easily said no jury would acquit me either. I couldn't say that though because there was an officer sitting 5 feet behind me, and had I told them the reason no jury would convict me at that time, I would have been thrown into a padded cell and stripped down, and that would have been my life for a while until I stabilized. So I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I planned to be dead. Probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said those were probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
Ms. Arias, I want to clarify another thing as well when we're talking here. Your name has been pronounced in most of this trial Arias. Is there another way of pronouncing it? Have you always pronounced it Arias?
I've heard it pronounced about 7 different ways. I say Arias, as does the rest of my family.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit and then talk about your family. Who's in your immediate family?
My immediate family consists of... I'm the oldest of my parents. They also had another son about 2 years after I was born, my brother. And then I have another younger sister and another younger brother. I also have an older sister from a previous marriage of my father's.
Okay. So let me see if well, first of all, what are the names of your parents?
Bill and Sandy Arias.
Okay. And are they still married at this time?
Yes,
Okay.
about 33 years.
Okay. And you said you were the oldest child of Bill and Sandy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a half-sister that is older than you, is that right?
Yes, she's 5 years older than me.
Okay. And that is your father's daughter?
Yes, from a previous marriage.
Okay. And you have a brother that's 2 years younger than you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is his name?
His name is Carl.
And you mentioned I believe the next youngest would have been another sister. What was her name?
Angela.
Okay. And your youngest brother, who is he?
Joseph.
Okay. And just so we get a bit of separation, how much younger than you is Angela?
Angela was born when I was 11, and Joseph was born when I was 13.
And what year were you born?
1980.
Do you remember where you grew up?
Yeah, I grew up in a few different cities. I was born in Salinas, California, and I lived there until I was almost 12.
Okay. And what was life like in Salinas?
For the first years of my life, it was really good.
When you say that, before you continue, let's clarify. What do you mean by first years?
I would say until about age 7, it was a fairly ideal childhood.
Okay, different people have different meanings when they say ideal, so why don't you describe for us what you mean by ideal childhood?
I have predominantly positive memories of my childhood at that time. My brother and I lived when I was about 4 years old, we moved to a house in a cul-de-sac. We had the center lot, so it was a huge backyard, and we had a lot of places to play there. There were trees to climb. There were other kids in the neighborhood and in the cul-de-sac that we played with. We were close in age, so my family traveled a lot. We went camping. We went to all the theme parks in California.
Did you go to school?
Of course, yes, I went to school.
And you went to grade school in Salinas then?
Yes, I went to a private school for about 3 years and then a public school.
Were you and Carl in school together, or did you go to different schools?
We were in school together. I was held back in kindergarten, so even though we're 2 years apart, he was only 1 grade behind me.
And tell us about your parents at that time, to your recollection. Were they both working? Was your mom at home? Tell us about that.
Yeah, when I was younger, I remember my mom used to work. I guess she was working as a server with my dad. He owned restaurants my whole life. And then when I was around 11 or 12, she became a dental assistant.
Okay. And you mentioned your life was, well, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what your interests were as a child?
Yes, I had pets, cats, dog, fish. I had a rat. I loved animals. We had a lot of pets. My brother had frogs, things like that. We played a lot of hopscotch and two-square when we were younger. We went roller skating. They didn't really have rollerblades yet, or at least that we used. We rode bikes a lot. We did a lot of camping. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot the question.
All right. Well, you're speaking very quietly. Are you nervous today?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
What's that?
Yes.
Okay.
Very nervous.
Could you do me a favor and pull the mic a little closer to you? Jodi, one of the things that you said a couple questions ago when we were speaking is that your life was pretty ideal up until about age 7. Is something different after age 7, or?
It seemed like, my parents would just, spank us or hit us as discipline, so it seemed like at age 7, around then, it started getting a little bit more intense. That's something I remember.
Okay. You said they started spanking you.
Well, I was spanked before on occasion, just it seemed like the frequency and the intensity of it increased around that age.
What do you mean by that, frequency and intensity?
Well, just there were, I think that's the first year my dad started using a belt. My mom began to carry a wooden spoon in her purse.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
don't know if she went to school with or knew another woman about her age who had a daughter my age that was going into high school as well. So we hung out a little bit during the summer, so I knew her and her sister, but that was it.
So just a couple people.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned when you moved to, based on what you told us before, we correct in understanding that the beatings, the pushing of the furniture, that sort of thing with your dad continued throughout your high school years.
Yes.
Were those the incidents you were talking about before, about being pushed into the post and the furniture, or were there other incidents?
That happened when I was in high school. There were a few things that happened right before we moved. A bunch of friends and I one night decided, like the last night I was there, we decided to sneak out of the house and hang out. And my parents woke up and found out. So when I came back, my dad asked where I had been, and I had fallen asleep. He woke me up around 6, and so when I sat up and I was disoriented because I had been sleeping. So I didn't give him a satisfactory answer, so he hit me across the face, and I fell back down, and then he sat me back up and asked me again, and I didn't give him a satisfactory answer, so he hit me across the face again, and I fell down again.
When you say he hit you across the face, did he punch you?
No, it was an open-handed, hard slap.
Do you recall, did you bleed?
No, I didn't. Not that I recall.
Did you bruise?
Not that I recall.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
Just so we can clarify as well, your dad's a pretty big guy, right?
He was very big at that time. His health he's frail now, but he was very big at the time.
Can you give us an idea of how tall and how much he weighed at that time?
I don't know his weight, but he's about 5'11". He used to bench press 520 pounds. He was a really big guy for a while.
You said he used to bench press 500 something pounds.
520, yes.
Was that a hobby of his, weightlifting, or can you describe that for us?
Yes, he was very much into weightlifting. He had, I guess it was like a Bowflex machine at home. I think it was called Soloflex. It was one from like the 80s, but he would use that a lot to work out. He was into martial arts. We watched a lot of movies like that. Things like that. He went to the gym frequently.
To your knowledge, was your mom aware, I know you mentioned the one incident where your mom was present, was your mom aware of your dad beating you?
Well, when she was present, yes, of course. Sometimes we were on road trips together, and they would take turns if they, had to pull the car over or something. Not that it happened several times in one trip, but I remember it being both my mom and my dad punishing me in the presence of each other. And I don't know, when she was gone, I assumed they would talk about it.
Okay. We talked a little bit about your dad during high school and your mom with the wooden spoon. In your younger years, did your mom's beatings with the wooden spoon, did they continue in high school as well?
They continued for a short time, but I think as I turned 16, 17, I don't recall her carrying the wooden spoon around. She would just start grabbing whatever was available, like a hairbrush, or she had acrylic nails, so sometimes she would grab me and dig her nails into my skin, things like that.
Okay. In high school, what were some of your interests?
In high school, I was very interested in learning Spanish, so I took that all throughout high school and middle school. I was getting into art. I was excited to get my driver's license. I traveled abroad to Costa Rica to learn Spanish better. I had a few friends. I didn't really make a lot of close friends like I had before. It just seemed like I was constantly making friends and then we were moving away. So,
She was asked what her interests were.
Sustained.
Did you have a lot of friends in high school?
I had a large circle of friends, but nobody I was very close with.
would I be correct in assuming that your interest in art by the time you're in high school moved beyond the Crayola crayon phase?
Yeah, very much so.
Tell us about that.
I was at my grandmother's house one day and she had an old set of oil paint, and I knew what oil paint was. I'd never worked in that medium before, so I didn't know what I was doing. I just took a piece of printer paper and started painting oil paint on this paper, and oil began to spread around the paint. So I figured, okay, that's not going to work. So I went to Michael's, the arts and crafts store, and bought some supplies and began to experiment with that and started painting.
And did you work during high school?
I did. My dad owned a restaurant at the north end of town. It's now a Mexican restaurant, but he owned it then, and I would work as a server there from the time I was a freshman on through, I think, 96 or 7 when he closed it.
So you started working in 9th grade. How old were you in 9th grade?
In 9th grade, I was 15.
And was there a certain amount of days you worked while you were in high school?
He put me on a few afternoons and the weekends.
Okay. Did you graduate high school?
No, I didn't.
Why didn't you graduate high school?
At the time, about 3 months, well, it's kind of complicated. Should
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Did you drop out of high school?
Yes, I did.
Where were you living at the time you dropped out of high school?
I was living with my boyfriend at the time, about a little town 6 miles outside of Wairika.
Let's break that. Why did you leave? Prior to that, were you living with your parents?
Yes.
Why did you leave your parents' home to go live with your boyfriend?
I was kind of becoming tired of the discipline, and I was 3 months until I was 18, and one day they decided to ground me until I was 18 because I skipped one period in high school because there was a final for my, I was taking a college history class, U.S. history, and I didn't feel like I had adequately studied for the exam, so I skipped that period to study for the exam, and decided I would make it up the next day. So I parked my car in the parking lot of Rite Aid and just cracked open the book, and I was studying it for that hour. And my dad, somehow he found me. It's a small town, so I guess the school notified him that I wasn't present for that class, so he found me, and at that point they didn't use physical discipline that day, but I was grounded till I was 18, so I couldn't fathom being grounded for 3 months. When you were grounded in my house, it meant no phone, no TV, no friends, no social functions of any kind. You're in your room, period. So
let me ask you this. This would have been towards the end of your senior year in high school, or was this at the end of your
yeah, it was
junior year?
in May, I think.
Okay, so of your senior year or of your junior year?
Maybe April. My junior year,
Okay.
yes.
So you dropped out of high school before you finished your junior year? Is that right?
No, I did finish the junior year, mostly with D's and F's, because toward the end of the year, I just let it all fall apart.
You mentioned discipline, you talked about grounding. Was there any particular physical incident or an incident of abuse that motivated you to leave your parents' home?
One of the incident I described where I was knocked against, I called it a doorpost, I guess it's a door frame. Then at that point the guy I was dating, we started talking about me possibly moving in with him. So after that incident, I began to surreptitiously pack boxes of my things and start moving them out to his house. And then when they grounded me until I was 18, all of my stuff mostly was there. And I thought, I'm just going to go ahead. I was going to wait until I was 18 to move in with him, but it was 3 months away, and it just made sense to me at the time as a 17-year-old. So I just moved out.
Okay. After your junior year, then, did you just not go back to school? Is that?
Yeah, I turned 18 that summer. I got a job at another restaurant and began working there full time. I had bills to pay now, car insurance and credit cards and that kind of thing. So it just, to me, it made more sense to work so I could support myself. And my boyfriend, he didn't have a job.
Okay. And what was your boyfriend's name?
His name was Bobby.
And what was his last name?
Arias.
And Mr. Juarez, how old was he in relation to you?
He was 3 years older than me.
So he would have been out of school, I would assume?
Yes, he was out of high school.
And what did he do for a living?
He had never been employed at that point, so, you know, it was an isolated town we lived in, and it was difficult to obtain employment.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to Mr. Juarez. When did you meet him?
I first met him the first summer that I moved to Wairika when I was 15. The carnival comes to town, and so I was there with the girl I'd mentioned that my mom introduced me to. Her and her sister, we were there. And I saw him walking in a crowd with a few other friends, and he caught my eye. It was very intriguing looking. He was kind of dressed like 18th century goth, kind of. He was.
Well, can you describe for some of us who may not follow that reference, just kind of describe what he was wearing? Maybe?
Yeah, it was like July or August when I met him, and it's in the maybe triple digits in the temperature. It's very hot. Wairika gets really hot, not quite like the desert, but in the triple digits in the summer. But this guy was dressed in a black suit and a high collar white shirt, and he was on crutches. He had long, dark, curly hair, and he just seemed intriguing to me, so I remember seeing him walk by, and I didn't approach him or anything, but I noticed him. So we spent the day there, my friends and I, walking around, and at one point they were getting in line for the zipper. I didn't want to get on the zipper. There was only 2 per cage anyway, so I was kind of the third odd one out. So I just stood next to the line waiting for them to go on the zipper and come back. But I was just looking around, and I caught his eye again, and he was looking right at me. And he motioned for me to come over. He went like that, and I didn't know if he was talking to me, so I kind of looked around and looked at him again, and he did it again. So I walked up to him, and he said, in a very kind way, he said, "Do you want to go?" Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this without telling you what he said, and just to clarify a bit based on what you told us, he would have been around the age of 18 at this time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were 15. You meet him at a state fair.
Yes.
Thing. Okay. Tell us then, do you begin a relationship at that point in time, or just kind of describe for us how that relationship was at that time?
No, he invited me to go on the zipper with him, so we went on one ride with that and talked a little bit as we were flipping around, and after that we parted, and I didn't see him again for a while.
Okay. When did you see him again?
I think it was October, maybe November of that same year. I was at a homecoming football game for my high school, and I saw him again, and he was with some friends. And I was really shy, but I wanted to say hi to him, so I walked up to him and said, "Do you remember me?" And he said he remembered me, but he couldn't remember my name, so I told him. I didn't remember his name either. So we kind of reintroduced ourselves, and he said, "Tell me your phone number, and I promise I'll remember it." So I gave him the house phone, which was my parents' phone. We didn't have cell phones. And he remembered it and called me.
Did you begin dating at that time?
No, we were just friends. We talked for a while. We weren't dating.
Okay.
He was actually seeing a girl, I think. I don't remember.
Okay. So you were just friends for a period of time?
Yeah, several months we were just friends.
But you were telling us he became your boyfriend at that point, so I'm assuming there's some point in time that you two began dating.
Yeah, the girl broke up with him, and there was a period of time where he was single and I was single, and we started just talking more and more. And then I think it was on New Year's that year when I was a freshman, we decided to become boyfriend-girlfriend.
Okay. And then you said that was your the beginning of your sophomore year? Or?
I would have still been a freshman then.
Okay. And you said you were going to become boyfriend and girlfriend with
Yes.
him. Okay, you guys decided that. Was he still in high school at that point in time?
No, he was out of high school.
And to your recollection, was he working at that point in time?
No, he wasn't working.
Okay. Describe for us then what being boyfriend and girlfriend at that stage in your life meant for you and Mr. Arias.
For us, I didn't have a car. I didn't have a driver's license yet. I think I was getting my permit that year. So he would come to town, and so during lunch, a lot of kids would leave campus, and there's a small gas station, USA gas station, near the high school. So I would walk down there, and he would be there. There was an arcade there, and he really liked video games, so we would meet there and just hang out, hold hands, that kind of thing.
Okay. How long at this point in time, how long did you date Bobby continuously from the time that you were 15 till you moved out of the home?
No, we stayed together for a while, and I think at age 15 I felt like the relationship was getting very intense. He was talking about being together forever, and I loved him, but I didn't feel like I was in love with him, and I knew at age 15 there's no way I could decide who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with at that point. So he wanted to move to San Francisco, and he had all kinds of wild ideas, they seemed fun, but they were just not where I was. So at that point I broke up with him.
What do you mean wild ideas?
Well, he entertained the belief in vampires, and he thought, well, let's go to San Francisco and see if we can find some real vampires. And, I used to read Anne Rice novels at the time. It didn't seem realistic to me, but it seemed like it was just an idea that I would go along with, with him.
And this was at a time when you were about 15 years of age. He wanted to move to San Francisco and hunt vampires, right?
So we could live together forever and be together forever.
Was there a certain point in time then when this was going on and you said it was getting too intense for you? Did you and Mr. Arias break up?
Yes. It was one afternoon. I broke up with him on the phone. I don't.
Reed said they should add more things there to the pools. You see, with the pools, it would be definitely very fascinating to see what kind of Easter eggs they can implant there. And you could show of different areas, different levels, compartments, villains. That would be something that they should put more of. And at the same time, Mermaid said, but I get it takes a long time to make those games too. It does take a long time to make those games. I do agree with that. And you got to remember how people are really, developers, shout out to developers, they work very hard on them. And, coming up with an idea is easy and it's easier to some point of view than actually going out and putting it in development. I know about animation, and yeah, it's very complex to make a game like that, but it's something that one day they can put in a game. It's an idea for them to add when they're ready. Right, so it would be cool if they added more stuff, but it takes too long, and I don't know. She said, I don't know, it takes so long and possibly, which is cool. They make it as lonely as possible, which is cool. Yeah, that is true. They add like a special effect when you're going through the pools and how, lonely and ambient it feels, definitely. Being lonely there makes it super eerie and fun, and development of the game is always an excuse for. Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Okay, Murray said, try to make a game on Lime Space or Lime Space level, and OMG, it's been very difficult figuring it out. Mermaid, so is it a program like, I don't know if you played Roblox, but is it like Roblox or some sort of animation tool? Because that's what it's reminding me of. I've done things with, of course, with the trial era of my life, that's what I was focused on the most. But still, I did dabble into animation stuff before. It's something that's very tedious, especially at first. But eventually, people can get the hang of it. But it's still tedious, though. Okay, I can't stress that. It's like making a sculpture, especially if you're making a bunch of levels, and it can take a long time. So yeah, of course. But yeah, shout out to those people that make movies like Toy Story and stuff like that. Yeah. So anyway, because I know with Roblox you can make levels and games, and if there's some sort of app they have where you could just construct a pool room, that's something I'm curious about. How it works. I know you're answering the question, but I'm just kind of ranting about that. All right. So she says, small steps to get there. Yes, it's like sandbox tool. Like, oh, that's interesting, Mermaid. Okay, I got to look up into this. Whoa, I didn't know you could do that. I'm tripping here. I didn't even know this. Okay, so let's say. Right, like sandbox tool, like, and I don't even know what buttons or scale and all. I got to sit down and work like an instrument. Oh, Lime Spaces has it in there. Okay. Now, Mermaid, on YouTube, there's lots of tutorials on how to make it. You can look up, if you haven't done that already. And remember, like, learned about some coding stuff, and it was, would say, uh, it can be quite tedious to learn something technical like that, especially in the beginning. So it's it's certainly a process to learn. With that goes with anything, with an instrument or whatever. It just at first it takes some time. Then as you keep on doing it over and over again, you eventually get the hang of it. In my opinion, but it can certainly, it's a task to do. Yeah, there's some new things I'm learning about that. Yeah, it'll take some. You don't know something right at first, and you learn about it later. It's a process. And fans have been making levels, and that's the one you see where it has a finger guy with a TV head. I even had someone make a video on how to make it. It's pretty cool once you get it down. Okay. Yeah, so there's tutorials. I'm sure you can look up, but yeah, that'd certainly be cool for you to make a game. Let's see. Oh, I'm spelling this thing wrong. Probably indoor, outdoor, very bright level where there may be have aliens. Oh, nice, nice. That'd be awesome. Alright, said, and you can add ton of things like waterfall looking things, lazy rivers, pools, have those figures and people. No, I'm being, yeah, because I'm being I have wishful thinking. Because I'm thinking it's lime. Like, it's uh, I'm going to put some lime in some rum or something, but it's, no, it's limb space. Limscape. See, my mind likes to play. My mind is creative. My mind's creative. Anyway, it has all kinds of uh, silly alien thoughts in it. Okay, I see what I want to see a lot of times. So okay, it's limscape. Okay, I'm thinking lime space. It's like there's a bunch of limes in a box that I could use for rum or a salad. Well, we know for sure I'm the real alien spaceship. We know that for certain. So we don't have to worry about me being an imposter. Right at the moment. Scared. So, anyway. The name of pool stuff is weird, like limnophobia or liminal spaces. Nice. Nice. It's surely weird name to use all on YouTube when I say it corrects and says limscape. Yeah, like a limb. Like it's a limb is escaping from your pool. It's like all those mannequins and stuff are limbs that have escaped. Scared. Yeah. Yeah, it has a sandbox mode specifically designed for you to reshape the world with your own hands by placing objects and shaping the environment after you finish the main stages. Superliminal includes some Nosculpent workshop, a full level editor where you can build the entire dreams from scratch to find it, go extras in the main menu to select the some Nosculpent workshop. Or correct to Linscape, and I'm like, OMG, ha, okay, someone made Lim Donalds. So we're gonna go to Lim Donalds and get us a limb shake with some limb fries and a limb burger with some limb nuggets. And I guess we're gonna have some Earthling blood as the ketchup, and it's gonna be a bunch of little limbs as the French fries, fried limbs and some fried limb, some chickens, some fried limbs in a box, and then there's gonna be some like a burger limb. So we're just gonna have a limb party. So yeah, Limb Donald's. I like that. So that's funny. So Linscape. I guess it means that Lynn escaped. The like a person named Lynn escaped. Or it's like a line that is the whole landscape. So I'm just making memes out of these things. And it was cool but horrifying too. Oh, really? That's very cool what they can do with these games. Yeah. So what part was the most horrifying, Mermaid, out of curiosity? Alright, so Superliminal includes Workshop, a full level editor where you can build the entire dreams from scratch to get extras. Select works. The whole game is wild. Like I almost more than pools. Oh, if you have not played it yet, if you're able to play it, I'd like to see it one day. Yeah, so one thing I'll say about the most hilarious character is the hand head. That was just really funny to me, by the way. Let's see. Hey, he sounds cool. That sounds cool. I like it. So, yeah, shout out to his levels. That's good creativity on his end. Okay, so have you seen a level where there's glow in the dark stuff? That would be pretty cool to see. Okay, Miss C, good night to you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Oh, the head guy. Okay, I'm being an airhead. I'm being a bit of an airhead tonight. The I did get to sleep last night, but recently I've been staying up for like over 24 hours. So it looks like the alien brain is here and there. So, all right. So he shocked all of us. The hand guy. Yeah. So the hand guy is hilarious, right? He like he walks with confidence through the scary, lonely pool rooms. Oh, okay, Mermaid. Understood. Yeah, I missed your streams. I haven't seen them recently. And I will soon do a 24-hour stream again. Well, I didn't do 24 hours, but I will do a long stream again. I'll do that at some point, 24-hour stream. I just have not done that yet. I've done a 16-hour stream. But I was technically up for 24 hours. Anyway. So, we will eventually do that. And I'll be glad to see your video, Mermaid, of about the pool rooms. And yeah, that would be really cool if one day you made your levels. Look, whenever I get the computer thing, I'll build levels too. Sure. Yeah, he's cool. Basically, the entity to me, because the loading screen says entity loading. Ah, okay. So it's kind of like a plot twist, like he's actually the entity. Well, yeah, and over here, Toasted too, it works in trying to. Yeah, as I said, I really like your channel, Mermaid. By the way, it's really nice to. Oh, it's really nice to have that uploaded. Oh, did that make any sense with that? I want to say is that I like your content. It's really cool. You do well with it, and also it's cool that you're also getting a new place that you like. That'll be maybe better than the one you have. And you got a lot on your plate, and on top of that, you're sick, so you have a good work ethic, and you're hanging in there. It's resilience. Yeah. Oh, you never knew. Yes, sometimes we don't always know about what is happening with the character. Sometimes they're more ambient. Not those, yeah, yeah. Oh, I would get mad at myself when I would lose a Mario game. Sometimes. I'll get triggered. Now I can go through a Mario game like butter. Yeah, there's been times where I beat the game within like 20 minutes. I just go straight through it over and over again. So I can understand with the levels if it could be difficult at times. Alright, said a lot of times in the back rooms we're just invisible, no reflection to, or we're just hands like the VR. Oh, it's almost like being a vampire because vampires have no reflection. Interesting. I could imagine a vampire be living in the pool rooms, in the darker parts. You're usually just floating hands. You're right. It is floating hands. I've seen that before. With the character. Yeah, it's like you're not really there. It's like you yourself are an entity. It's like being a ghost, in a way, or a spirit, or a thing that's just in existence. Yeah, that's a good thing to think about, like philosophically. Like it's not even real. Almost like it's like a delusion. It's like you're not even real yourself, and you'd be a ghost or a vampire or something that's just wondering it. And pool rooms are empty too. Yeah, it's like the only thing you got going is a floating hands. Yeah. Oh, if the hands could talk, then that just changes the whole the landscape, the poolscape. You know, if they can talk, they're certainly going to run for mayor. All right, mayor of the pool rooms. And one hand may not always know what the other hand is doing. It's going to be a it's going to be a handsome, it's going to be a handsome conversation between two hands. It'll be to see them talk. Like, one of them has an accent, and the other one just, they both have accents, actually. And then one could argue it'll be a pool dialect. So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. the mayor of the pool rooms. And yeah, that's gonna happen. And and then there's gonna be pool council meetings, and there's a duck. The duck's gonna have a lot to say on taking the stand. Yeah. Then there's you got the other objects. You got the flamingo too. The flamingo's like, hold my beer. And we didn't even know the flamingo drank. So, yeah, it'll be another game that just gets created out of Limscape. So, yeah, that's certainly an idea to have. And then the pools itself will be like, am I a joke to you? It's like the pools is like a background character now. Murray said, that would be funny. I mean, we all are still hands since the dude's face is a hand. All we need for him is to talk. Exactly. And we need to get him a monocle too. It's that eyepiece. And even if he doesn't have eyes, he's still going to have eyes. And he's going to, yeah, definitely. And Mermaid, I was just thinking of something. It's like Glove World from SpongeBob. Yes, he's the mayor of the pool rooms. Absolutely. Yeah, facts. Yeah, exactly. We're cracking the code. Yeah, the glove drugs they took. Mm-hmm. It reminds me of Rock Bottom, as I told you, and you know what it is? It's Glove World. It's the underground of Glove World. It's like the Glove World conspiracy. That's what, like, Limescape becomes a new game, the Glove World conspiracy, and the mayor of the pool rooms, and he's checking out his domain. Yeah, glove acid, glove crack, glove weed, etc. Yeah, yeah. Or he took the gloves and he took it all. He had a glove-a-dose. An overdose, it's kind of rubbery. Murray said, I hope when they talk, they don't fart when speaking. That would certainly be a smelly pool room, wouldn't it? Yeah. See. Oh, I can imagine the rubber making that noise, like a farting noise. I can imagine that. Yeah. The hand may talk in flatin'. It's SpongeBob funny for that. Yeah. Yes. That's a good one. Yeah. I can understand your accent now. The hand may talk in flatness. I probably said that wrong. Scared. I know the dialect. I know the dialect. Yeah. Scared. Yes. Absolutely. That's the best part of Rock Bottom on SpongeBob. The dude was standing by the window, and he's like, "I just want a ticket." He's like, "I don't understand your accent." Yeah. That, I mean, and the dude was glowing, by the way, because it's the Abyssal Trench. So that's the thing in SpongeBob. It's based off of the Abyssal Trench. And in the Abyssal Trench, you got all those creatures that have bioluminescence that glow in the dark and you can see through them. So that's what that part was based off of. Oh yeah, the atmosphere. That was my favorite episode. Okay, these are like my three favorites. So that Rock Bottom is my favorite. And the second one is Graveyard Shift is my favorite one. Rock Bottom second, and the third one is when they delete the health inspector. Yes, the scary parts of the ocean are the best. I was being rage baited too, also, as well. Yeah. Yeah, die zombie. Yeah. The police didn't even care. They were like playing along with it. Yeah, Graveyard Shift. Yeah, that one's scary. Or it said, and all alone. Oh yeah, the one from Squidward. So there's an episode. Squidward, dude's a goof. So, Squidward wanted to not be involved anymore with life, and he took like a time machine, and then he goes into the future where it's Chrome. It's completely Chrome, and then he goes into like the cavemen where SpongeBob's a caveman. Look, I love the artwork in that. I love that like they drew that all out. It's so cool to me. Another thing that enthusiastic to me is that it's he went to the alone area. So when he was alone, that was really psychological, and that has to do with being in limbo and like he's like going all over the place to the alone thing. It's like, oh, that was incredible. I like the Valentine, and oh, I'm gonna read what you're saying. Okay, I like the Valentine one. Yeah, the Valentine one was very nice. Halloween one, it's been great time. New SpongeBob. I like the one with Gary, but they make me cry like Gary takes a bath. I love Mermaid, Man, Barnacle Boy. I have a collection of SpongeBob stuff now. Oh yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I love SpongeBob merch. Fucking Squidward, weed over here. It's so zany and scare like that. Yeah, yeah, definitely. The caveman part is so good. Oh yeah, that was a very good one, and there's no talking. That was also very nice too. Do you remember the episode how he basically invented the jellyfish? Yes, yes. And that in another episode, he was the one who was the idiot that invented the jellyfish. Yes, yeah. There is a scene where Squidward was chilling with the cavemen versions of SpongeBob and Patrick, like the unevolved versions of them. And Patrick's like a full blown like monster thing with teeth. I just said teeth. I mean, yeah, teeth will work. It's not the right word, but we'll use that word in a situation. So we have that, right? And they're tripping over a jellyfish, staining them, and they keep touching it like idiots. And then Squid Bro is like, here, and he takes some fabric from their clothes and said, here you go. He said, who's the idiot that invented this? I sound just like that guy for a second. Well, so anyway, so that's what he did. And then he's like, who's the idiot that invented this? And then he's actually the idiot that invented it. So Squidward admits he's an idiot. And SpongeBob Patrick around and go, you are Squidward. And then the creepiest part I caught that I think a couple people did too. Squidward invented jellyfishing. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, they knew that. And the thing about it is, like, just as you said, he was the one that invented it. So, and he gets scared. So I like that concept that Squid invented the jellyfish. That was a good plot twist. And another one that I liked was when he was obsessed with Mrs. Puff. And he was trying to date her, and he was buying her a bunch of stuff, then getting mad at SpongeBob for spending all his money. That's was hinting about the online stalking and obsession with YouTubers and haters and stuff like that. It was ahead of its time, definitely. I want to check something real quick. I'm still here.
I don't know where my parents were, but my Aunt Lisa was at the house. She was picking my brother and I up. I was having this conversation with him. He was very upset. And Lisa wanted us to leave. She wanted to take us. We had to go somewhere with her. So I didn't have time to stay on the phone with him for a long time and talk through it with him. So I had to sort of abruptly end the phone call shortly thereafter, and it was, I don't know, I guess he didn't take that well.
Okay. What do you mean by you guess he didn't take it that well?
I found out a few years later that he... Approach.
Overruled. You may continue.
Sorry, Ms. Arias. I was described, we were asking, you said you understood that Mr. Juarez didn't take the breakup you had when you were about 15 so well. Describe for us what you mean by that.
I learned a few years later that he slit both of his wrists and tried to kill himself, and he was committed to some kind of psychiatric ward in Citrus Heights, just north of Sacramento.
Okay. Did you have, after this phone call where you broke up and you left the home, did you have any sort of relationship with him in between that and the well, let me ask you this way. It sounds like he was your boyfriend again about the time when you turned 18, right? A few months
Yes.
beforehand? Okay. How did that come about?
We didn't talk at that point for a few years. It's kind of silly. There was this older man that used to come into my parents' restaurant. I'd say he was in his 60s, maybe 70s, and he always had his Bible. And it was a small pocket version of the New Testament, and he had it all marked up, and he was always, quoting Bible scripture and things. And he had done the math in the Bible and determined that he knew when the second coming was going to occur. And he said it was going to occur September 23rd, 1997. So I was really naive, and I kind of believed him. So he would come in weekly or several times a week on my shift and continue to reiterate that. So, at the time I was non-denominational Christian, and this seemed important. So I thought that Bobby should know about it, because at the time he wasn't religious, and he was uncertain about his spirituality, at least when I last had known him. So to me it was important that he at least hear that information, so he could make a decision for himself. So I made contact with him again and called him.
Junior year? Or?
I was just starting my junior year.
Okay. And subsequent to this phone call, did you begin to remain a friendship with Mr. Juarez? Tell us about how that evolved.
Well, when I first called, he answered the phone. I could recognize his voice. And I said, "Is Bobby there?" And he said, "Yeah, who's this?" And I said, "Jodi." And I immediately heard a click. So I left it alone, and I thought, okay, because our last phone call some years back didn't end well. And so the next night I tried one more time, and the same thing happened. So I left it alone. And about...
Well, let me ask you this before we continue. You mentioned that Wairika was a pretty small town, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never ran into Mr. Juarez in between these two phone calls?
No, he didn't live in Wairika. He lived in Montague, which is 6 miles from Wairika. It's even smaller. I think there's about 1,000 people in that town.
Okay. But never during this time did you run into him at all?
Exactly. Like, she needs to. She's smiling and looks like she's enjoying this, and that is very odd for her behavior to be that way. She just seems like very inauthentic what she's saying with the manipulations. Right, and it doesn't mean Travis was perfect to her. He probably did things that were not that great. From what I've been told, but her murdering him was an overreaction. Definitely, like, there's something wrong with her. Like, it seems like maybe why the relationship had issues, but yeah, she's nuts. Let's see. Something about, let's see. Oh yeah. The chum bucket, for instance, the SpongeBob, the chum bucket is. It seems to have food that tastes terrible that no one wants to eat, and he wants his formula. His formula. Yeah. I think that the first movie was nice and like beaches. A beach theme to it. Hello, Roxy. Good evening to you. We are chatting about different things and also watching the Jodi trial. We still watch OJ, but we flip around different trials. We do like a rotation. And how are you doing, Roxy? I hope everything's going well with you. And yeah, definitely understand there's lots of deceit going on from her end. All right. Now we will continue the Jodi review over here.
No.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you had talked about, you had called him a couple times, you hear the click on the other end of the phone. How does the relationship progress from that point?
I don't know how many days later. It was under a week, maybe 4 days, maybe 5 days. I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we were talking, and I heard the call waiting beep, so I clicked over, and I heard someone say, "Is Jodi there?" And I recognized his voice, so I clicked back over and said, "I have to call you back." So I clicked back over, and we started talking again.
Okay. Did you, after that conversation, did you become friends again? Did you start dating again? Just describe that for us.
Yeah, I felt kind of silly explaining to him why I was calling him, especially knowing that his religious beliefs at that time were not really defined. And I kind of expected him to laugh at me, but it was important to me. So I told him the reason I was calling, and
Overall, you may continue.
he expressed appreciation for that, which surprised me. We just sort of picked up from there and began talking again.
Does talking mean dating?
No, not yet.
Mr. Nerman, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 3:20. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Please be seated. Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
And Judge, regarding the conversation we had in chambers, like I said, not knowing what it was about, I would point the court to State v. Machado, 226, Arizona, 281. It is the most recent case I could find dealing with the state asserting 403.
May we switch very quickly?
You may. Any objection?
someone else coming? Is that what you said?
Yes.
How long will that be?
He's on his way right now.
Okay.
As long as it takes him to get here from the 12th floor. Come here for a second.
Ms. Arias, before we took a break, I believe we were talking about the point in time in your life when you got back together with Bobby Arias.
Yes.
And from what I understood earlier, you were about 17 years of age when that took place. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking about how you, he had called you, responded to your initial phone contact. Tell us how the relationship progressed from him making telephone contact with you.
Well, at the time I had a boyfriend. He lived in another country. So we corresponded. So it wasn't a romantic reason. Like I had said, I reached out to him for a spiritual reason. I don't know if he was seeing anybody at that time. I don't think he was. He used to call a party line a lot and meet people on that. I guess this was before the internet was really, in every single home.
Let me interrupt you a little bit there on a couple of different things. You said he made contact on a party line. What is that? Can you describe that for us?
From my understanding, I didn't talk on it, but from my understanding, it was a 900 number that you could call, and it's like a chat room, but it's on the telephone instead of on the computer.
And you chatted to Bobby that way, or he?
I didn't. He chatted with other people that way.
Okay. And you also mentioned, I don't want to get too far from it, you mentioned that when he made this contact with you, after the contact he made for what you described as spiritual reasons, you said that you had a boyfriend in another country, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that boyfriend's name?
Victor.
Did Victor have a last name?
Arias, ironically.
I'm sorry, what?
His last name was also Arias.
Okay. And where did you meet Victor Arias?
The summer that I turned 17, right before I turned 17 in July, I flew to Costa Rica on an exchange program, and I spent 3 weeks there with a family. Their name was also Arias, and they had 2 sons and 2 daughters in that family, and the oldest son was just a little older than me, and so we kind of clicked and got to know each other and sort of had a little romance kind of blossom thing. I don't know, it's
Okay.
like my first experience of like the warm fuzzies, somebody that I really felt that I cared for.
Okay, and that relationship lasted a few weeks, or tell me how it lasted beyond your being there.
It sort of began to develop while I was in Costa Rica, and I flew back toward the end of, I had my 17th birthday there in that country, and then I flew back at near the end of July, and we corresponded and talked occasionally on the phone through August, and then he flew to the United States that September and stayed in Redding, which is a city about 100 miles south of Wairika. He had some people that he knew there. He stayed there about a week, I think, and then stayed at my house for 2 weeks before flying back.
And when did he come stay for you for 2 weeks? When was that?
That was early September 1997.
So this is about the time then that you were, close to the time that you were in contact with Mr. Juarez as well, right?
Yes, it was just right before that.
Okay. And you considered Mr. Arias to be a boyfriend?
Yeah, actually he had given me a ring, and it was kind of a promise ring, like we were going to get married, but we weren't officially engaged. So we would talk about children and marriage, and he wanted me to come live down there and start a family.
Okay. You said it was your first experience of, I guess, what we call young love, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I wouldn't say totally in love, but it was my first taste of being like, just feeling like warm about somebody, if that makes sense.
As it relates to your situation then, Mr. Arias, Victor, he goes back to Costa Rica, I assume, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the relationship becomes one probably, is it primarily of letters, phone calls? Describe that for us.
Yeah, we wrote a lot. The postman actually got to know my name and face, and he would tease me every time I went to the post office to get it stamped to send to Costa Rica. And I would receive letters from him that were really romantic, and the Spanish language is very romantic, so he would write things like that, very romantic.
Okay, and relative to your age, how old was Victor?
I don't remember his exact age. I want to say he was about a year older than me. I think we were just, we were very close in age, but he was older than me.
Okay. Now, when you started interacting with Mr. Juarez again, we've heard from your earlier testimony that he became your boyfriend at a certain point in time when you were around 17 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just kind of describe for us what happened in that time period when Victor was your boyfriend and then Bobby became your boyfriend?
Yes. Bobby and I would talk a few times a week, and then it became a little more frequent. Victor and I would, I couldn't see myself like moving to Costa Rica and having that kind of life and having children with him. We argued like over little silly things. Victor was very jealous, and so we would I couldn't talk to any of my high school friends that were guys. I went through the drive-through, and there was a classmate that I had gone to school with 2 years, over the years, and he had a job there, and I was driving, of course, because Victor was from out of the country, and we just were there to get ice cream. It was hot, and he gave us the ice cream, and we hadn't seen each other all summer, this person that served us, and the interaction I had with him, Victor didn't like it, so we argued over things like that. When we were in Costa Rica, he wanted me always to walk on the inside of on the sidewalk away from the street, and we were at a huge soccer game there. It's a very big deal there. They call it football, but it's soccer. And there was actually someone that walked by that looked a lot like Bobby, and it kind of reminded me of him at the time. He had long, dark, curly hair, and I glanced at him, and Victor got upset. So things like that, I just didn't see myself being in a marriage with him, so I broke up with him around October, maybe November, 1997, on the phone.
On the phone?
Yes.
Okay. After you broke up with Victor, did you continue seeing Mr. Juarez?
We weren't really seeing each other, we were just friends at that time, but we continued to talk.
Okay. When did the friendship move into something more, to be your boyfriend?
It was again around New Year's. I think we spent New Year's Eve. I had a car then, so we drove out to this little white chapel it's called Little Shasta. It's even smaller town. I don't even know if it's considered a town. And it's this small white chapel with a tall steeple, and there was snow everywhere. And we just kind of hung out there and rung in the New Year. Didn't really I had began to develop feelings for him right before Christmas, and so I expressed that, and he said he had feelings for me too, and so we decided to give things another try at that point.
Okay. And this would have been a few months prior to you moving in with him. Is that right?
I believe I moved in with him in late April, and so we're around the new year. So 4 months, 4.5, maybe
Okay.
5.
Did your parents, were they aware of your relationship with, and I'm speaking as it relates to the occasion we're talking about now, when you're 17 or 18, 17, excuse me. Did they know about your relationship with Mr. Juarez?
They knew about it. I don't know how they knew. I wasn't very open with them about my relationships because of prior negative experiences with regard to that. So somehow, I mean, it's a small town. I'm sure people told them they saw us running around or hanging out in the park or just walking around, and we hung out. So people would tell my mom and things like that.
Did you ever get any indication that your parents approved or disapproved of this relationship?
I didn't talk extensively with my dad about it, but my mom didn't like the fact that I was with him because she was basing her opinion on him off of rumors she had heard about him.
Okay. When you described it in high school how you were working for your father at your father's restaurant, right?
Yes.
And you were in high school your junior year. All this was going on at the point in time when you began dating Mr. Juarez, right?
I think my dad's restaurant closed the year prior when I was still a sophomore. I can't quite remember. No, I think he closed that spring. I think he closed that spring in 90, that would have been 98.
Okay.
I can't remember. It was
Did
sometime in high school he closed his restaurant.
Okay. Did you work elsewhere after that?
Yes.
Before you moved out?
Did I? Yes. I worked briefly as a hostess at a little restaurant called Grandma's House.
And during this point in time when you're a 17-year-old high school student, Mr. Juarez is out of school, are you supplying him with money at this point in time before you've left school?
Yes. Well, he lived with 2 people he called mom and dad. I think they were his grandparents. Bobby said he was adopted, so his real parents, it was kind of, I never really met them. But he lived with them. They would be his mom and dad, by definition. So I think they were just supplying, clothing and shelter and food and that kind of thing at that point.
Okay. So going back to my question, were you supplying Mr. Juarez with money at this point in time?
At this point, no.
Then you leave high school and you move in with Mr. Juarez, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. In the
Okay.
spring.
And you mentioned that he was living with persons you believe to be his grandparents, his
Yes.
adopted grandparents.
I don't know if they were really related or if he just called them his parents. But if anything, they were more like his grandparents, but he called them mom and dad.
You say that because of their age, as opposed
Yeah, they were
to-
very much older. I actually saw who everyone around town kind of knew was his mother, but he didn't want anything to do with her, and she was more appropriate age to be his mother. And these people were more like in their 70s, late 70s maybe.
Okay. When you spoke about your first relationship with Mr. Juarez, you spoke about his desire to move to San Francisco and chase vampires and be with you forever, and how he dressed in a goth style. Was that 15-year-old Bobby the same way he was when you got back together with him?
No, he was 20 now. He was a little more mature, but he still had that eccentricity about him. He had a flair. For Halloween, he would dress up as the character played by Brandon Lee from The Crow, with the white face and all black leather and all that. So it was a Halloween thing, but he really got into that, and he did it pretty well, actually. So he was still drawn to that, and part of that was fascinating to me. I thought he was beautiful on the inside and out, and I was attracted to him in that regard. And but he was a little more down to earth at this point.
Earlier, you were describing for us a situation where you were taking some of your possessions and moving it into Mr. Juarez's home, and now eventually you moved out.
Yes.
Okay. What was the last straw for you to move out of your house?
I think the last straw was actually when they said you're grounded until you're 18. And a lot of my things were already at Bobby's house or his parents' house. They were putting it in a storage shed right behind the house. Just boxes of things that I had been saving because I knew I was going to be on my own soon. My dad had recently closed his restaurant. He let me have a lot of the plates, the dishes, the silverware. So that would just get me started. So things like that, old books I'd already read but didn't want to part with, things like that went to the storage shed. And then when I was grounded, I thought, I only have a few more things to throw in the car plus my cat. So I stayed up all night packing while my parents slept. And my dad, when he would ground me, he used to unhook my car. I don't know what that means, but I would go out and try to turn the engine and it wouldn't turn. He unhooked something under the hood. And I think I figured out how to rehook it. So then he started taking the entire piece so that I couldn't rehook it. So the first thing I did was I went out after they went to sleep to check if my car would start, and it did. So I was relieved. So I began to load up the car. I was almost completely packed, and then I think around 4:30 or 5, I heard one of my parents awake. So I was in the living room, still packing up a few things, and I jumped on the couch real quick to pretend like I was sleeping so they wouldn't wonder why I was awake. And I was very tired, so I ended up falling asleep. And the next thing I knew, it was 7:30 or 7 o'clock, and my mom was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. And I thought, oh shoot, I missed my opportunity. But I just went into my bedroom, found my cat, picked her up, and I just started walking out the door. My mom said, what are you doing? And I said, nothing. And I just shut the door and put my cat in my car and drove out to Bobby's house, unloaded it, and then went to school that day.
And you say Bobby's house. These people you described as his grandparents, did they live in this home as well?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anyone else besides them and Bobby in this home?
No.
Okay. Describe for us the environment you were leaving your home with your parents in order to live with Bobby. What were you moving to?
It was, structurally the house was very good, but it was in very bad shape. His parents were very heavy smokers, so there was always a haze hanging out in the living room, and there was a lot of, I don't know what it's called, I guess tar or something running down the walls, kind of in a deep brown. The living room was almost, not quite to the ceiling, but it was packed with a bunch of things. I don't know what it was, just various odds and ends. I guess they were hoarders. Bobby did the best to make his bedroom his own little space, but he wasn't allowed to touch any of those things while they were there. And so, I mean, the kitchen was very, very dirty. The bathroom was very dirty. The linoleum was coming off the floor, and the shower was kind of falling apart. And it was just a mess. All of the yard all around the house was overgrown. I went back to my parents' house a few days later to borrow their cleaning supplies for it.
Doesn't sound like Bobby's house was a great place to live.
No, he hated it. Like I said, his own room, he did his best to make that his space and make it habitable. And then his parents would kind of sit in the living room all day and watch TV and smoke till they went to bed.
You mentioned he kept his room in a different way. Was that a room you shared with him?
Yes.
Were you having a sexual relationship with him at that point in time?
I'm trying to remember if we were at that point. We did eventually. I don't remember if it was right before I moved in with him. I think it was right after I moved in with him. I can't remember. We waited several months.
Okay. So from what you're telling us then is that you moved into this home, this filthy home with one clean room in it. You dropped out of high school and you were working, right?
Sorry, will you repeat that?
At this point in time, when you moved in with Bobby, you were at the end of your junior year, and that was your last school,
Yes, I was
right?
coming up on the end of my junior year.
And you were working as well, I believe you said, at Grandma's? if I heard you
Yes, my
correctly?
dad had recently closed his restaurant, and I think I got a part-time position there at Grandma's house.
Okay. And was this how you were supporting yourself?
Yes, it was.
And were you supporting Mr. Juarez as well?
Not quite yet. Occasionally we'd go on a date, and I, of course, would pay for it, which wasn't a big deal to me at the time. He had a problem getting identification to prove that he was legally able to work in the United States. So he didn't have a photo ID. He couldn't find a copy of his birth certificate. He didn't have a social security card, but he did have a social security number. But every time we went to the DMV or the social security office or the courthouse, they wanted one form of identification that we were trying to get. So of those three, it was hard to get all of them. So he couldn't, that was the reason he couldn't work, or so. That was what I understood.
Okay. So, based on what you told us earlier then, at the end of your junior year, you drop out of high school and you begin working full-time to support yourself, right?
Yeah, and I went to Chico, California briefly, which is near Sacramento. It's a little bit south, I think. I was going to work there. I was going to live there. It didn't work out. We were there for about a week. And we went back. And so then I applied at a restaurant where, I applied at Denny's actually. And the woman there that gave me a good reference had worked for my dad the previous year, her and her husband. So I was hired there around, I think, August 2000. Wait, I'm sorry, that would be 1998.
And are you working full-time?
Yes, I am. Was.
Okay. And is that the only job you had, or did you have another?
I didn't, I'm sorry, I forgot, because in between that, I did have a brief job at this restaurant called the Purple Plum. I was a busser. I worked there briefly before thinking I was going to move to Chico, and then I came back and began to work at Denny's.
So working at Denny's, was this how you were supporting yourself and Mr. Juarez?
Yes, that became our income.
Were you making a lot of money?
Well, the cost of living wasn't very high. I would say no, but we were making ends meet because I didn't have rent or mortgage. At that point, his parents had moved out and into a rest home. So we had the kind of run of the house and cleaned it up a little and, discovered just things about the house that we didn't know about before because it was so cluttered.
Well, who was paying for the phone? Who was paying for the power?
Not me. I don't know. I guess I really don't know. The phone was there, the power was there. I think his parents were still paying for it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Were you giving Bobby money to buy food, or how was that?
Yes, I went grocery shopping. I started buying him a few clothes. At one point, the power did shut off in the winter.
The power was shut off.
Yeah, it was shut off briefly.
So how did you get by? Were you able to get it turned back on? How did that work?
We had a furnace and we used candles for a while. It was very cold. I don't remember how they got the power on, but Bobby had a friend or knew somebody that he had come over to the house and he tinkered with a meter on the side of the house and then we had power again. So
At this point in time, life doesn't seem like it was very ideal.
no, but it was, I enjoyed the freedom. We just played it by ear. I got moved to the graveyard shift at Denny's after some months there. And so we all became night owls, me and Bobby and all of our circle of friends that we socialized with.
At this point in time, how did Bobby treat you?
I thought he treated me well until I discovered that he wasn't being faithful.
And when in your relationship did you discover that?
He was on the party line a lot, and he talked to this woman frequently. He said they were just friends. They had been interested in each other in the past, but they decided they were just friends. It made me a little uncomfortable. He would talk to her a lot. We went to the library. That's where we went for our internet access, and he would email her a lot. And I had to go to work at the Purple Plum, and I dropped him off at his friend's house, and I went to go to the Purple Plum, and before going to the Purple Plum, I went back to the library, and I clicked, he had a Hotmail account, this is in 1998, so I clicked I don't know if they had different security things for Hotmail at that point, but I clicked the back button to see what was really going on with her because I had suspicions, and I found a whole bunch of love letters that he was writing her that were all contemporaneous with the time that we were together. So I printed them out, and I called in sick for work because I was not well emotionally, and I drove back out to his friend's house, and I didn't want to create a scene of drama, so I just said, "Can I talk to you?" And so we went into the bathroom, and I pulled them out of my pocket and handed them to him, and he opened them up and read them, and he kind of felt like shocked.
Kind of glossed over it a little bit. When you saw these letters, how did it make you feel?
It didn't make me feel good. He was very loving and poetic with this person, and I could tell he had real feelings for her, and I don't know, I guess I felt jealous a little bit, but my heart was pounding. I just felt very deceived. I forgot to mention one of the things I did before I went to the house is I drove back out to Montague, and I took all of my belongings out of his room and put them in my car, and decided I was going to move out and in with my grandmother. So that's when I went back to his house and confronted him with those.
Okay.
Or I mean, back to the friend's house, sorry.
You mentioned that he was this woman, whoever it was that he was corresponding with, that he was treating her in a very loving, poetic way.
Yes.
It leads to the implication, anyway, that he wasn't that way to you.
He was initially, but I don't know. I guess we had just sort of gotten comfortable around each other, and we weren't fighting or anything. We were just kind of, I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. He was still loving toward me, but it seemed like he was going out of his way to really court her, whereas I was already, in the bag, so to speak.
You were already, what was that?
Just like he didn't have to court me. I was already with him. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes. Was Bobby ever physically abusive towards you?
There was one time where we had a fight. Trying to think, I think this was in '99. We had broken up and got back together a few times. I broke up with him, obviously, after that incident, and then he somehow, it's a long story, but he convinced me to stay, so I stayed and put all my things back, and he promised he wouldn't have contact with her anymore. But we broke up a few more times, and then got back together, and at one point, I had moved out of his house, and I was living with another woman, and it wasn't far from his house. It was like 2 blocks. And in Montague, there's a lot of fields. We could see each other's houses from there, sort of. And so I was advised over and over to get away from him because he's not healthy. But, my heart was, I still cared about him. So one day he came over to the house, like he always did, and we were hanging out. And I don't remember how, but an argument started, and
Objection, foundation is
Sustained.
When was this?
this was sometime in 1999. I think it was in the fall, early fall, like September, maybe even August, but I think it was around sometime in the early fall.
Okay. And he was at the home. Was he physical with you at this acquaintance's home?
Yes, our argument escalated, and he approached me and spun me around, and he was very much into martial arts, so he had some kind of hold. I guess it was called a stranglehold. So he started strangling me, and just for a few seconds, and then he let go. I almost passed out. I fell on my knees, and it kind of made me upset because he'd never done that before. So I got up. He started walking away. I got up, and I said something to him like, what did I say? Something to the effect of, my family would be very upset if they found out what you just did. And then he began to describe in detail how he would kill each member of my family. He knew a lot about my family, so these were all very personalized details about how they would die. And at that point, the argument escalated again, and he attacked me again. I don't know how, he jumped on me, and at that point I was trying to get to the phone to call 911, and he got my arm in some kind of lock and was putting pressure on my forearm, and I thought he might break it, because that seemed to be what the goal was. So I managed to grab the phone and I called 911, and he grabbed it out of my hand and hung up, and I was crying, and he kept telling me to shut up because they were going to call back. So he was right. The phone rang and he answered, and he gave the operator an excuse, like said my girlfriend was trying to program 911 into the speed dial and accidentally called it.
This happened, and then you got back together with him, right? Or you didn't really break up. This happened in
This
the
was really, I'm sorry, this was really toward the end of our relationship. We still, this was really toward the end. It didn't happen. We didn't stay together much longer after that.
But you did stay together after that, right?
We continued to hang out. He met a friend that he had known prior to. His name was Matt, and he moved in with Matt. And this was in...
Let me ask you this. Why did you stay together with him after this incident?
Well, I don't know that we were still together, but he would still come over to the house where I lived. And it was just a nicer place to hang out than his. And I just continued to hang out with him in that regard.
Why would you hang out with him in that regard?
Well, the physical incident that occurred that day, those two things were isolated, and during all the years that I'd known him, that had never happened before. So I just didn't think that it was something, a pattern of his, or that would continue.
Did you ever engage in sexual behavior with him after this incident?
I don't remember, maybe once or twice. I don't remember, honestly.
And why was that okay with you after this incident?
I still loved him.
You mentioned a point in time when Bobby moved in with an individual named Matt.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you were talking about how at the end of your relationship with Bobby, you moved into your grandparents' home, correct?
Yes. I moved out of that woman's house and into my grandmother's house.
And what city is your grandmother's house located in?
Wairika.
And did you live there just with your grandmother, or was anyone else living there?
My grandfather also lived there, and their dog, Ringo.
Were you close to your grandparents? How was your relationship with them?
I felt close to my grandparents, not like lovey-dovey close, but they're very down-to-earth people. Well, my grandmother is very down-to-earth, and I can just tell her anything, and it doesn't really faze her.
Why didn't you move back in with your parents?
Well, I didn't want to go back to that environment. We got along very well after I moved out, and I wanted to keep it that way.
Okay. Tell us about your life after you moved back to your grandparents' home. Are you still working at Denny's? Do you go back to school? Just kind of describe your life for us.
Yes. After that incident occurred with Bobby, I had worked at Denny's for about a year at that point, and if you're a full-time employee at Denny's, or I think a minimum of like 32 hours a week, you get vacation benefits. And so I decided to use that time to spend away from him, and I flew back to Costa Rica for a week and a half.
And am I correct in assuming that was to spend time with Victor?
No, he didn't live in the house anymore. I stayed with the same family, but he had moved out and moved on.
So you spent about a week and a half, it sounds like, with Victor's family, not with him,
Yes.
and kind of assessing your life, is that
Yeah, I
fair
spent
to
a lot
say?
of time just reflecting and healing from that, and I felt in a lot better place by the time I came back. Victor, actually, I didn't see Victor 3 days before I flew back. So he took me out to dinner, and that was it, and then drove me to the airport.
When you say healing from that, what are you talking about? Healing from the relationship with Bobby?
Yes, because we kept going back, and I kept hearing about incidents where he was trying to hook up with other girls, but then he would deny it, and I didn't see anything, so there was just a lot of turmoil. We were arguing still, and then the physical incident that happened there, and I needed to just remove myself from the situation so that I could allow my heart to move on a little, and so that break from him, I thought, had helped me a lot.
So at some point in time, you were in love with Bobby, right?
Yes, very much. A lot more than I was Victor. Bobby was like my first true love.
Okay. So once you have spent some time in Costa Rica and you've, I guess, used your vacation time at Denny's, you come back to Wairika, I presume?
Yes, I did.
And how do you proceed in your life?
I went back to work, and I don't know if he was watching the restaurant, but the first day back I was there. I went into the back of the restaurant to get something, and I came back out, and he was sitting at the counter.
He being who?
Bobby.
Okay.
He just had his face in his hands, and he has really beautiful eyes, and he was looking at me with these eyes, these puppy dog eyes, and I stopped, and I was kind of shocked. I felt stronger emotionally, not as weak, but I was coming up on my half-hour break, so I said, just wait a few minutes, and we'll go outside and talk. So I went outside, and we ended up talking for a long time. I mean, we rounded the corner and then hugged, and it was emotional and that kind of thing.
Okay. But was that the last time you saw Bobby?
No.
Okay. Did you continue in a relationship with him after that?
We decided we were going to continue a relationship, but we weren't getting along very well.
And I use the word relationship. Are we talking about friendship or a romantic relationship?
Romantic.
Did that also mean sexual?
It would have meant that. I don't really remember, but yeah, it would have meant that.
Okay. So why, at this point in time, were you still open to the idea of a romantic and potentially sexual relationship with a man who had choked you and thrown you down, as you described?
Well, like I said, I considered those incidents isolated and not a pattern of his, and I still loved him, and he still loved me, and I didn't want to hurt him, and I didn't want to. It just felt natural. I'd been with him for some years. He was my first love. Being with him, whether it was good or bad, it just felt natural, and it was what I was accustomed to.
Okay. So at what point in time then do you decide, you said you and Bobby explored this and decided it wasn't for the best? When does that take place?
There was sort of a turning point in my mind. Well, Costa Rica was like a good starting point where I thought I'd moved on. If I hadn't seen him again, I think I would have been okay as far as never seeing him again. But I was weak when he came back, and so we sort of picked up again briefly. He moved to Medford, Oregon shortly thereafter. It's about 50 miles north of Wairika. And he moved in with Matt. And I would go up there and visit Bobby, and we'd hang out. And it seemed like once Bobby got on his feet, he didn't really want anything to do with me. And so it hurt my feelings, I guess, because he had kind of won me back, and I was helping him. But then when he got on his feet, he was kind of mean.
What do you mean you were helping him?
Well, I always helped him out until he was able to get it. He finally got a job when he moved to Medford. He met there was a woman he knew that was a notary public that grew up with him in school, so she was able to say this is really who he is, so he could get identification. We finally figured that out, and so.
Let me interrupt him. I want to make sure we're clear here. Even after the incident, that what you were describing as a isolated incident of violence, even after the point in time when you find letters that are evidence that he's being unfaithful with you, and you come back from Costa Rica, you're going to move on, you've decided a romantic relationship isn't going to work, are we to understand that you're still supporting him financially as well? Or helping him?
I think that was a little bit out of order, but I did continue to help him. When I found out about the love letters, he promised to cut ties with her and not have any contact with her anymore. And it wasn't physical, it was online only. She lived in Louisiana. And I think he was still talking to her, but he promised me, you'll never have to see me talking to her. So it was implied that he might talk to her, but he'll never do it in my presence. So it was kind of strange. But, and then again, the physical incident was isolated. So, you know, if he needed clothing, I didn't like buy him a whole wardrobe. I didn't have that kind of income. But if he needed a few shirts or something, he was really into South Park. So he saw these South Park t-shirts one time and he wanted those. So I bought them, sweatshirt, jeans, that kind of thing. Just some kind of clothing for him because his parents weren't able to provide that at that point. They were in a rest home.
Okay. And you said at this point in time, Bobby was living in Medford, Oregon with an individual named Matt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we can get a sense of where this is compared to Wairika, could you describe for us where Medford is compared to Wairika?
Yes, it's on Interstate 5, just like Wairika. It's over the border. It's about an hour drive, I think 50 miles, but it takes about an hour to get there depending on traffic
Okay.
and the weather.
And I'm certainly not asking for population estimates, but is this a bigger town than Wairika?
It's a bigger town, not nearly as big as this area. It's very tiny in comparison, but it's much bigger than Wairika.
And you made trips up to Medford to see Bobby, is that right?
Yes, I would come up there on the weekend and stay. Bobby had a futon. They had kind of a studio, so Matt slept in his own bed, and Bobby and I had a futon. And we would hang out on the weekends and go out and do things.
Okay. And how many of these trips can you say? I mean, was this something you did every weekend? How frequently did you go up to spend time with Bobby?
I went up several times, but that period of our relationship was short-lived, so that didn't happen often. I mean, very extensively.
Okay. And this person, Matt, that he was roommates with, had you known Matt prior to these trips up to Medford?
No.
Okay. And does Matt have a last name?
McCartney.
Did you ever develop any sort of friendship or relationship with him?
Yes, we became friends around the time. I think he kind of noticed how Bobby was treating me, and it felt good to have somebody else kind of see my side of it. He wasn't attacking Bobby by any means, like saying, hey, you should be this way or that. But it just, you know, I came up there one weekend to visit, and another girl came to visit Matt, and it was a real eye-opener because I saw how Matt was treating her, and he was very chivalrous and very polite, and he was a gentleman, and he just treated her with a lot of respect, and that's not something I had received, but, you know, I've seen it on TV and that kind of thing. So it was just jarring to see that, and then consider my relationship. So,
Well, let me ask you this. You said that was surprising for you to see, right?
yes.
And that is in a way that you experienced Bobby treating you. Is that right?
No. Yes, that's right.
But you lived with your parents for 17 years, the first 17 years of your life, right?
Yes.
Did you not see your father treat your mother in this way? Did they treat each other in a different manner?
When I was young, my father was very affectionate with my mom. I've seen them kiss, I've seen them embrace. If there's a beautiful woman on TV and we're all sitting around watching it, he'll say, she's not as pretty as your mom. Or, he put her on a sort of a pedestal, sort of. But then there were times when they would argue and fight, things like that.
You say argue and fight. What does that mean?
Not physical. They would just, well, sometimes. I mean, he would say something. My dad's very sarcastic, and he thinks he's funny, and sometimes he is. But he can be very uncouth sometimes, and so when things would come out of his mouth, my mom would just smack him on the arm, and he would smack her back, kind of as a way to say, don't do that. And then she would be offended by that, so she would smack him back, and then he'd smack her even harder, and then she would give up. But it was just on the arm, but, that's the only time I ever saw them be physical at all.
Did you know, how did your father treat your mother? Was he degrading to her? Did he criticize her?
I can't recall specific incidents, but that's very much my dad. He's very negative. He's very critical. He's very gossipy.
Very, what was that?
I don't know if that's a word, gossipy. He gossips a lot about people
Okay.
behind their back. He talks about them. So, I mean, he'll say things about, now we talk on the phone now, and he'll say things about my mom sometimes, or sometimes they have complaints about each other, but, they're still loyal to each other.
Well, what do you mean things he would say about your mom? What things would he complain about with your mother? Goes to modeling behavior.
Approach.
Okay, so Moki, that's very cool. And I like the psychological touch to shows like that. And because I've seen that before in different plots of TV shows and films. And, one person thinking it's all real is, like the mind is, it's pretty cool to see how they can come up with these things. Now, one scenario could be where the person thinks it's like a real setup when the other people are not really on board with it. They're like actors, as you said, and one person thinks it's real. Oh, several so far, Brian. I'm glad to know. And it's kind of like a reality show, like they used to do. I'm sure they still do reality shows, but reality shows early 2000s, and you could have one scenario where it's an interesting psychological plot twist to it. So it's very cool. Like that. Something I didn't quite expect, but it spices things up. Oh, yeah, okay. It's like that. Yeah, alright. The name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I know about it. Let's see if it refresh my memory. Yes, I know about that show. Yeah, I do. I used to watch that. That's what I was trying to make a reference to when I was telling you about like those reality shows in the 2000s. Yeah, I refresh my memory. Yeah, Mary Toodles would watch it, and I'd see it too. Also, yeah. And one thing I remember Fear Factor. That show, I remember too. There's quite a few of them. There's the people that are stranded on the island. Yeah, so Netflix having these cool shows is good because sometimes, I mean, Stranger Things is good. So it's good, continuation of having product, streaming shows that are good for people is what I like to see, because sometimes I hear that they'll have some shows that are not that great. So it brings more interest to that platform. Moki says, so the real guy shows up for jury duty, and there is this whole weird cast of characters, of course, including James Marsden himself. Ah, nice. That is just a really good plot, and they have some known people in it too. Yeah. I have seen James in some movies. I've seen him in some movies coming up. He also did voiceovers too. You know, like there's like animations and he'll be like a voice in it. I've seen that as well. So of course the real guy gets on the jury and they end up being sequestered. It's pretty funny. He has no idea it's all fake. Yeah, it's people. It's almost like a prank. It's almost like The Truman Show. That movie. It's kind of like he's in like a fake world of the one that thinks it's all real, and he's gonna really try hard and do his best, but he's really surrounded by a bunch of actors. It's my friends have done pranks on me before that were innocent. Of course, they were scary, but they weren't anything like nothing bad. If that makes any sense, nothing bad towards me. Where they'll fake different things and I'll think it's real, but it really was just like a trick the whole time. So that's always like a cool, like when you're in like something like that, then you realize it was all fake. The adrenaline shifts are crazy. No, he says, real guy said, aren't you in Sonic movie to Marsden and followed with, I heard it sucks. Oh, wow. Yeah. Synchronicity. Yeah. That was a good one. Before I went back on YouTube and I watched the different things on YouTube, not YouTube, but on the television, I used to watch cable, and that was one of the things that I saw quite often. Yeah. Very well done show. Oh yeah, the Sonic movie was good. I like Sonic. The animated one, they did very well with that. So that sounds like a cool show, Moki, that it's not just about jury selection. Because I'm like wondering what kind of show that would look like. So seeing some pictures from it, it looks like it's entertaining. It looks funny. So yeah, it looks like it has a good storyline, as entertaining as plots and twists to it. And there you go, yeah. I've even had dreams that are similar to that, yeah. So a nice classic show, because a lot of shows and TV shows, movies, etc., especially regular cable, can have things in it that are just unnecessary. So the old-fashioned, I call it old-fashioned stuff, not that it's old, but because it's things they used to do, because the more newer, modern stuff, I think, is too walking on eggshells. They could be, or Easter eggs of political things that are ridiculous. So the vintage type shows are much better. And it's kind of ridiculous to call it that, because it's like, to myself, because it's supposed to just be consistently the whole time until now. But people in modern times like to change up things to fit their narratives. That's where I'm getting at. There's like a split. And it looks like it's still going to be cold. The cold weather has not stopped in my region, and it's still going to. The city's giving us a warning, so there you go. The sweater that I wear keeps me so warm, I don't even notice like what's going on. I mean, I go outside I get like to do my evening walks, but I don't even like notice what the outfits I have on. Oh, today trial chat was cool. It was a cool trial chat today. I I was with the JRN. Shout out to JRN. She likes the streams. I was had a good time with TK and the others. Yeah, and the there was no verdict today, which we thought there'd be a verdict, but there wasn't. But trial chat's been, it's been going pretty good, and they're glad to see me. We're talking about my birthday next month, and I was telling them that it's going to be the month afterwards, not this month, because some TP and some other ones were getting confused, and I said it's next month. I said Nomad had a birthday today, so that's how that went. But overall, yes, it was a good chat, absolutely. And there's basically just a verdict watch going on. So that's how it went today. See, and patience. I thought it would be quicker than it was, but yeah, happy birthday to Nomad. Yes. And it's good to I like it being in the chat, and it seems that the spaceship is keeping itself around. I'm all-nighter again. I'm going to do an all-nighter probably starting maybe tomorrow. This time, there's some things that I wanted to take care of. I'll be up all night, probably, but I'm always up all night. That's like the secret. I'm up all night all the time. But yeah, this time, unless there is a request for it, it'll start tomorrow. That was really cool, and people talking about it everywhere, and I was able to do that, and it's something wild indeed. It was nice to try that. Because that's good to direct the energy into something like that. Is cool. See, and yeah, nothing going on tomorrow. Yeah, right. And the garden also is the plants are doing their thing coming up like they're supposed to. Some plants take a little bit longer than others, but that's also going well. But yeah, it was trial chat was cool. Oh, and also 666 came today. By the way, he was recharging from the holidays, and he came back today finally. Oh, okay, understood, Mookie. Yeah. It was, and he told me Happy New Year. I liked it. He, yeah, he's cool people. And there's also people. Sometimes the chat will fight over verdicts and different things, and that was a little bit. Some people are getting a little bit irritated with each other, but it seems like of how things are lately. It seems. And Hey, hello there, Yak. It's great to see you. Welcome. It's been a while since you've been here. Yeah, blast off in the past. Yeah. So, yeah, that's basically how the chat went today. Oh yeah, TK was awesome today. TK was awesome today. Very good head on his shoulders, and it was. I remember, we were having a good conversation about different things. He left for a little while, and he got his goatee fixed up, and then he came back, and he said he saw the Terminator too. But yeah, he's yeah, very good with him today. Yeah, yeah. So I'm glad I got to. It's been when I've glanced at that chat, it was concerned for you. Yeah. So, as you are awesome, Moki. That is true, and we value you very much on the spaceship. So also, and Yak has been here for on the spaceship for quite a while. Also, over a year, well over a year. So we were glad to see Yak too. Yeah, and with Jodi, we ho die the horror. Ho die, yeah. Yeah, she's on the stand with her manipulations and her cringe. Yeah. So I definitely think it's it's a cool thing to see that. Oh, hello, Aaron. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. We were talking about the show that you told Oki about. I hope you've been having a good day, Aaron. You make some delicious bread and pastries. I think that's what it's called, and muffins and stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, ho die like Jodi. Speaking of hoes. Yeah, jury duty. Yes, jury duty. Yeah, it's I know about the plot of the show, and it seems like it has very well written and has funny scenes in it. Yeah, scared. All right. I have not watched it, but uh, Loki saw it today. Yeah. I know Yak, and that's she really went uh, ape crap on him. She did. She did. She exploded in a lethal way. That's really an understatement, but yeah, she's just like a psycho. Okay, she's seen the first two episodes. That's good. Aaron said, and thanks about the baking compliment. It wasn't something I sucked a whole life, a billion mistakes to get here. Oh yeah, well I'm glad that you persisted, and you were resilient against the enemies, which the enemies of the thoughts I'm talking about, like in your mind, maybe telling you to give up, but you overcame the obstacles also, and you were able to achieve the greatest baking on the planet. Oki said, Aaron, I call you a hoe and you ignored it. Oh, scared. Aaron said, oh yeah, definitely breeze over that. She really did Hodai. Yeah, she did, because it's like, we see the murder scenes, the blood everywhere. Yeah, and the scene was very graphic and cutting him, slitting him ear to ear, that makes us all get scared and fear. Like, we don't want that going on, so she has to be locked up and throw away the key. Yeah, we're Slayer on the stand, absolutely. Let's see. Okay, I'm. Thank you for the explaining that to me. Okay, Hody. Ah, yeah, Hody. See, chat. I'm seeing Hodai, but that must have been some sort of a Freudian slip or something, because it's D. There's no I in there, so uh, it must be my alien senses, alien subconscious or something. Yeah, scared. Yeah, Hody. Yeah, Hody understand. And Hody as a way to say hello in a funny way. So there we go. Alien has been exposed and caught once again. For earlier, what I did was I Mermaid was talking about the lime space, limb space, and I kept saying lime space, like it's a space to put your limes when you're about to make rum. Like, my mind will come up with something else that it sees. Like, the mind wants to see what it wants to see. So, but thank you, chat, for assisting the handicapped alien. Without y'all, I wouldn't make it. Her reenactment was a real performance. Oh yeah, absolutely. Monica Cementelli is your favorite. Ah, okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah, that one is a classic. She's certainly a classic. All the info in her trial was always brand new information to her. Yeah, yeah, because every time she got new information, she would have she'll go, "Oh no, this is something new to me. What is this?" Scared. Your feed froze. Okay, what happened? Oh, the feed didn't freeze. I paused the video. That's what happened. Okay. All right. So as I said, today went fine with chat. It was a cool chat, and let's see. Well, yeah, it was a fine chat today, and it was funny. And shout out to TK, a salute to him. All right. Clean game prep for next week. Laughing, work, and Moki said, Jury Duty is funny too because we watched so many trials like the defense lawyers is a total moron. Ah, yeah, it reminds you of the trials that we've seen, and you have a cliche of defense character. Hilarious. Oh, hello there, Passion. Oh, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Got a bunch of baby kid photos and oh yeah, and let's see. Well, that's awesome, Aaron. That's awesome. Ah, okay, Aaron. Understood. Understood. Well, I'm glad that you've been having a lot of positive activity and getting those fun meals planned. Definitely. All right, shout out the chat. It's all cool. Okay. Ah, the Pinterest. Yeah, Pinterest is cool. Oh, oh, I like that type of bread. I like that too, Mogi, as well. All right. Now I will continue our trial we are watching. Okay. Let's get.
Subject matter.
So right now, Jodi Arias is on the stand. Oh, good, Pash. I'm glad that it was delivered. That's good. Oh yeah, Moki. She definitely needs to do that for you at some point. Yeah.
Said, was there certain subject matters that your dad would degrade your mother regarding?
One I recall specifically is my mother used to be very thin, and I think she's like a size 10 now, I would guess. He used to put up photos of her on the refrigerator when she was thinner, and he would make comments about her weight gain. And just, he would put...
Yeah, it's Jodi Arias is on the stand. We would call her Jodi also.
little things like that around the house to remind her that he would prefer her with less weight, things like that. So I don't know how that affected her, but that was pretty constant. If somebody was crossing the crosswalk that was overweight, he would yell at them, and I won't say what he said, but I don't know, things like that.
Okay. But you said your mother would just simply, you said something to the effect, you learned they were always loyal to each other.
Yes.
Your mom was always loyal to your dad. What do you mean by that?
Well, my parents weren't the kind where if one said no, you couldn't run to the other and have a different answer. Maybe if they weren't aware of their spouse's answer, but they were very united. If we were fighting, it didn't matter the points of the argument. My dad would side with my mom, or my mom would side with my dad at all times. So they were like one unit. They were very united. They're very loyal. And I think when I was younger, I think I heard my mom mention the word divorce one time, and that really like shook me, because I thought it just didn't seem, I couldn't imagine a world where my parents weren't married. And so they're still married today. I mean, even through bad times, they're still together. They still love each other.
Well, I should have been more clear in my question. You talked about loyalty as parents and backing each other up and that sort of thing. But what I was really asking about is in terms of the loyalty of the relationship. It sounds like from what you're telling us, your mom put up with a fair amount and remained loyal to your dad. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes. Yeah. They're very loyal. They're still married. They've been married about 33 and a half years. My grandparents are married. There's not a very high divorce rate in my family. So they're still together.
Okay. We were talking about this different way Matt McCartney was treating a female, I guess it was his girlfriend or someone he was dating, is that
I
correct?
think it's somebody he had met online or somehow. She lived in Crescent City. And she just came out for the weekend the same time I came out to see Bobby. And nothing ever really progressed with that. They didn't start dating or anything like that. They just hung out for the weekend, and I just saw how he was treating her.
Okay. Tell me how things then progressed in your life. Did you just keep working? Did your life change at all?
I wanted to work in an environment where I could earn a little bit more money. I needed a new car. There were different kinds of bills coming in at this point. And Medford is a town that has a lot more restaurants, a lot more business, that kind of thing. So as I got to know Matt and Bobby, Matt's mother lives in Wairika too, so I met her and his sister, and we all sort of became friends. And Matt's dad lived in a city called Phoenix. It's in just south of Medford, and it's in Oregon. And he lived with his girlfriend, Matt's dad, and they had an extra. Well, they said just come crash on our couch until you can get a job and get your own place. So I crashed on Matt's dad's couch where he and his girlfriend lived for, I don't remember how long, maybe a month. And I got a job at Applebee's and began to work there.
Okay. So did you then move out of your grandparents' house and move to Medford? Just tell us about that.
Yes. Right around the time I moved to Medford, Bobby and I stopped talking. I was hanging out with him and his sister and her son. And they were renting a house right across the street from my parents' house. So I was over there hanging out with them, and Bobby came by and saw Matt and I, and
What was this?
I would
timeline?
say at this point it was early 2000, I think.
Okay, and at this point in time, Matt McCartney is your boyfriend?
Yes. Well, I don't remember us making it official, but we became romantic, and then we were boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning, 10:30, please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused. Please be seated. Council, anything before we adjourn for the day? All right. Have a nice evening. You may step down.
Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
Yesterday, for this point in time, we were at a point. Yesterday, when we finished, we were at a point in your life when you were about ready to move in with Matt McCartney. Do you recall? That's
Yes.
where we left off. Okay. And yesterday, I'd ask you if at this point in time you were boyfriend and girlfriend. And it seemed like you didn't have a definitive answer for that. Is that a label you two didn't use, or?
I don't recall when we made things official, but he wasn't seeing anyone else, and neither was I.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't recall when we made it official, our relationship. I mean,
Okay.
it definitely became that way, but I don't remember the exact date or time or circumstance, but
Okay,
we weren't seeing anybody else, just each other.
okay. So when you moved in together, it was with the idea that this was a monogamous relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you were working, I believe you told us you got a job at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was Matt working?
Yes, he was a manager at Subway.
Okay. Tell us what life was like and how was the relationship? How did he treat you?
I see that period of my life as probably one of the best times in my life. He treated me very well. He was very kind. He was very respectful. He was very spiritual. When I first met him, I was a little bit leery of some of the things he was into. I saw some books on witchcraft, and I thought, but he explained to me that he was just seeking, that he had gone to church most of his life, and he and his family are very much into the Native American culture, and so he asked his pastor about the Native Americans, and he was told they went to hell because they didn't know Jesus Christ. So that turned him off to Christianity, and he decided to explore other religions. So about the time that I met him, he was not practicing Wicca, but he was studying it, and so he had kind of explained it a little bit to me so that I wasn't so, I guess, frightened or suspicious or superstitious maybe of the religion. And so I never practiced it myself, but I think he did prior to us getting together. And by the time I met him, he was sort of moving on to other, like studying Eastern philosophy and Hinduism and Buddhism and that kind of thing too. Okay. So, I mean, our relationship took a lot of different spiritual turns and twists.
This might be a good point to back up a little bit in terms of, because you mentioned, and I'll use the word spirituality or religious beliefs. At the time that you met Matt, where were you spiritually? Was there a particular religion you were a member of? Could you describe that for us?
I was not a member of any denomination. I considered myself Christian. I didn't attend church, and I didn't obey all the commandments that Christianity espouses.
Okay. So when you talked about Matt and the spirituality, did you become more affiliated with his beliefs, or tell us about that?
We sort of explored together and opened up to other beliefs. We began taking meditation seminars, kind of New Age type seminars, but they had their roots in Hinduism or Buddhism. Maybe some kind of like more modern version of transcendentalism, things like that. We just took these little courses and classes, and we would drive to Portland or the Bay Area.
Okay. Was that a big part of your relationship with Matt?
Yes, it was.
This may go without saying because you lived together, but was this also a sexual relationship?
Yes.
Did you love Matt?
Very much. Yeah, I was in love with him.
Okay. And this apartment, did you both contribute to the finances of the apartment?
Yes, all of the living expenses were split 50-50.
Okay. And how long did you and Matt live in this apartment?
We lived in that small apartment for about 5 months, and then we moved to Crater Lake, Oregon.
Okay. And why did you move to Crater Lake?
The seasonal work there is in the summer. It's a very high elevation, so the snow stays till about July and comes back in October. So it's a quick season. It's a busy season. So they have staff housing there at the resort, and we got a dorm and stayed there for the season and worked there.
Did you and Matt live together when you were in this
Yes.
dorm, as you describe it? Okay.
Yes.
And this point in time, then, you're probably several months into your relationship, right?
Yes. At this point, 6 months, I'd say.
Okay. I know that probably it's hard to quantify, but was this a serious relationship at this point in time?
Yes, we weren't like heavily discussing marriage, but we were talking about children and what kind of lifestyle we would have if we decided to have a family.
So was marriage on the table, so to speak?
Yeah, it was a future possibility.
Okay. How long in total, in terms of your relationship were you together with Matt?
I think approximately a year and 8 months.
Okay. In that year and 8 months, did he ever hit you?
No,
Did he ever call you a whore?
no,
A slut?
no,
Three-hole wonder?
no.
What brought the end of your relationship with Matt McCartney?
Well, after the first season at Crater Lake, we came back, and ironically, the same exact apartment opened up again, so we rented the same place where we lived prior to that. We stayed there for some months, and we began to sort of argue over little things. It wasn't anything serious, but it wore on our relationship because it just made things not so enjoyable. So we decided to take a breather from each other. Well, not from each other, but just from our living together. So he went back to Crater Lake for a season, and this time I did not go. I moved to Ashland, which is about 15 minutes south of Medford. It's in Oregon also.
And let me ask you before you go any further, these arguments that you spoke, you would have little arguments or things would get uncomfortable. Describe what you mean by little arguments, because that can mean a lot of different things to different people. Was there screaming? Was there throwing things?
No, nothing like that. It was more like nagging. Like he would leave his clothes everywhere, and I would be like, and what else? Sometimes I would leave a dish somewhere in the living room if we were eating, and so it was kind of like more about housekeeping and that sort of thing. Just living together and those
but
dynamics.
the fights themselves didn't get volatile, from what you're telling us, right?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Now you're talking about this period in time. You're starting to have some discord in your relationship. Tell us how that discord leads to the end of the relationship.
Well, we decided to spend a little time apart. We saw each other on our weekends. He would come into town in Ashland and stay with me. And I remember I was with his dad's girlfriend, and she was trying to, I had felt sort of like we were distancing, but I was hanging out with, I can't remember her name, but his dad's girlfriend at the time. And we were trying to download pictures onto his dad's hard drive. And on the desktop, there were some other pictures of this girl. And I didn't recognize her, but I recognized the setting, and it was inside the lodge at Crater Lake. And so the date was also current with this season, which would have been 2001. But it was just labeled with, I guess, an initial, the letter B. So I didn't know who she was, but I wasn't overly concerned about it. But, I just kind of had a feeling. And so I let that go, and a few weeks later, I was working at Applebee's. And I was walking past the table, and two people said, "Hi, Jodi," and I stopped, and I didn't recognize them, and they explained that they worked with Matt at Crater Lake, and they were just in town for their days off. And I just said hi and, checked on them later as they were about to leave, and they said, "We took a vote and think you should know something," and they told me that he was seeing a girl named Bianca at Crater Lake. And so that explained the initial B on that photo. And I kind of said, "Well, does she have dark hair?" And he said, "Yes." And so I figured it was her.
Let me ask you this. What did you do when you had this information?
I was reeling because, of all the boyfriends I had, I would have expected him to not be the one that cheated on me. He was very loyal. I trusted him completely, like implicitly. He could have said the sky is falling, and I would have believed him. I think I would have just looked out the window to see what it looks like. But I asked my boss if I could go home a little early, and he said that was fine. So I think I was let go. It was slow. I was let go around 7.
And just so we're clear, you were living with Matt at the time?
No, he was living at Crater Lake, and I was living in Ashland.
Okay.
So I went home. I changed my clothes, and I decided to. At this time, though, this night, Matt was in Borrego Springs, California, looking for more.
How far was that from where you were?
Very far. It's almost by the border, and Ashland is up by the other California border, the northern border.
Okay. So did you call Matt
No, neither of us had cell phones at that time.
Okay. So what did you do once you went home early and learned of this information?
Well, I decided that I wanted to find out if it was true. So it wasn't very late. It's about an hour and a half drive to Crater Lake. So after getting dressed, I drove up to Crater Lake to see if I could find out. I had friends that were still there, and the people that told me this I didn't know, so I wanted to find out from them. And I went. There were 2 dormitories there, so I went to the one that's closest to the lodge because that one was where people would hang out, and so I could find some people that I knew. And I ran into a guy. I think his name was Steve, and I asked him.
Sustained. Are any of the jurors having trouble hearing? Is anyone having trouble hearing? I understand that you reported to the bailiff earlier that you had difficulty yesterday. Anyone who cannot hear today? If at any time you cannot hear, please raise your hand and let me know immediately. All right, you may continue.
Okay, Jodi, you were in the process of telling us you're going to Crater Lake to find out whether or not Matt was being unfaithful to you.
Right. I didn't want to continue in the relationship if that was the case. If it wasn't the case, then of course I would because I loved him.
Did you find out that information? Were you able to confirm it or dispel it? And how did you do that?
I knocked on Bianca's door, and Steve had run to warn her, so I could hear them talking, and he was very frantic. How do I say this? Well, he's gay, so he kind of he exaggerates, he's very emotional, and he's very animated, and so it kind of made me chuckle, because he sounded very funny. And I could tell they were nervous, so she opened the door, and I said, "Hi, are you Bianca?" And she said, "Yeah." So she invited me in, because she knew who I was, and so we sat down. There were 2 beds in this dorm. She was staying with another relative. They were both from Romania, and they were here for seasonal work, so she sat on her bed, I sat on the other bed, and we just talked for about an hour and a half, maybe not quite that long, maybe an hour. And she just told me that she started.
Based on this conversation, were you able to confirm the idea that Matt McCartney and Bianca were having an affair?
Yes. Well, yes, they were together.
Okay. Now, in this hour and a half conversation, were you yelling at her?
No, it was just chit chat, actually. I mean, I was trying not to freak out or cry or get upset, because she had no idea. She was under the impression that he and I were no longer together, so that I didn't look at this as her fault.
How did it feel when you had this information confirmed?
I didn't really allow myself to have much emotion about it until I left her presence, and at that point I allowed myself to cry.
And where were you at this point? Had you gone back home, or is this like out in the parking lot?
Well, at this point it was really late, so I ended up crashing in my friend Eddie's dorm, and he was kind of a family friend. His family is from Wairika. He's friends with Matt, he's friends with me. His father also owned a local restaurant, so we all knew each other. So Eddie said, "You can sleep here," and there were 2 beds in that dorm. And so I crashed there until about sunrise, and then I got up and drove back to Medford.
And at this point in time, when you're driving back to Medford, have you talked to Matt?
No.
When you go back to Medford, what do you do?
I don't remember the sequence of order, but I also confronted Matt, and he confirmed it. And at that point, he was honest about it.
Well, let me ask you this. You say this confrontation. Was Matt back in Medford when you got there?
He came back, but I don't remember if he was there the day that I got back from Crater Lake, or if he came the next day or whenever.
Okay. And what do you mean by confrontation?
I went over to his dad's house. I knew the day he was getting back. And he was on the phone with Bianca when I came over, and he's hung up, and he said, I know what you want to talk about. And so we left the house and went to my car, so that his dad wasn't privy to the information, because I think Matt was very embarrassed about it. So we just talked about it, and basically our relationship was over, and it was kind of sad.
Great. And when was this again, time-wise?
This would have been September. It was right before September 11th, so it was in 2001. I just remember that.
And was this a heated confrontation or just a
No, it wasn't heated. It was just emotional. We were both crying.
Okay. And this time in September of 2001, was that the last time you saw Matt McCartney?
No.
Tell us what happened after you guys, I guess, broke up in September 2001. What happened with your relationship?
I wanted to leave the area because Matt and I had a lot of experiences, mostly all good, in that whole southern Oregon area. All those towns, Crater Lake, that entire area. So it was just every corner that I drove and turned, it was sentimental. So I wanted to leave. So there was a martial arts instructor that I knew, Matt and I knew, and he said that his...
Sustained.
Without telling us anybody what said, what steps did you take in your life next?
He referred me to another place of employment in Big Sur, California.
Okay. And where was that?
Big Sur, California is also in Monterey County, like Salinas. I'd never been there all the years I lived in Salinas. It's south of Carmel, about 28 miles.
And was there a particular resort?
Yes.
What was that?
The resort is called, or it was called, I think it's still called Ventana Inn and Spa.
Now, was that the resort where you met Daryl Brewer?
Yes.
Okay. You applied for a job and were interviewed by Daryl Brewer, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
Tell us about that period in your life, what you were doing, how you were living.
Well, I drove down there and interviewed with Daryl. It was in the afternoon. I was a little apprehensive about moving all the way out there. There was no place to live. There was staff housing at that resort as well, but nothing was open or available at that time. I was told that when there is an overflow of employees, they are allowed to use the campground if there are open lots, because this was in October now. I think my interview was actually on October 20th because I remember it was Matt's birthday. So during that time, that's a slow season in Big Sur. Things are slowing down, so the campground was mostly all open. So I was thinking of trading in my car to get a trailer, but I wasn't really in a financial position to do that. So when Daryl hired me, I kind of scrambled around and went to an outdoor supply store and bought some equipment. And when Matt heard about what I was doing, he was also looking for work. The position he sought at Borrego Springs didn't pan out, and so he came down to Big Sur and also applied at Ventana.
Okay, so let me understand this as it relates to Matt McCartney. You said that the breakup conversation wasn't the last time you talked. It sounds to me like you maintained a relationship with him after you broke up. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a period after we broke up when we didn't talk for about a week, and then maybe a couple more. We would say hi briefly on the phone and then not talk again, because it was just, our feelings were tender, and it was just kind of a sticky situation. He was really ashamed of his behavior. I think his mother had shamed him a little. But eventually we began to talk again, if that makes sense.
Okay. And when he, just so we're clear too, you talked about him, or I guess he was going to live with you in this tent, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And just so we're clear, Was this the rekindling of the romance, so to speak?
Not really. I mean, there were blurred boundaries because we were familiar with each other, comfortable with each other. We weren't actively trying to rekindle a relationship, but there was still a lot of sentimentality.
Okay. Were you still sexual with him at this point in time?
One time. We had sex one more time after we broke up.
Okay. After that, then, it was merely platonic.
I considered it platonic. I still had some feelings for him, but we were not really together, and we were just friends at that point. I got actually 2 weeks after living in the tent, I secured employee housing, and I think he stayed in the tent for some time, and then he got employee housing also.
Okay. Now, what was your job at this resort? What did Mr. Brewer initially hire you to do?
Initially, I started as just a server in the restaurant. There's a restaurant at Ventana.
Okay. And describe this restaurant for us. I mean, is this a equivalent of Denny's, or just...
No, it's considered classified as fine dining. It was once rated 4 stars by Mobile Resorts. It had been featured in Condé Nast Traveler and all kinds of different publications. It had a lot of accolades, and it's kind of a resort where high-profile celebrities and things would go to just to be private and get away from things. So our guests were treated discreetly, and
Okay. Well, as far as jobs go, was this you talked about you had a career waiting tables at Denny's and Purple Plum and all these places. Was this one of the better paying jobs you've had?
as far as, well, most servers work for the tips, so as far as that goes, it was better paying. There was also a bigger tip out though. So when you have a position like that, it's not just you taking orders and delivering food. You have a lot of help and different people that make the restaurant run smoothly, and so you have a lot of different people, such as the bartender, the hostess, the busser, that you tip out. So even though the tip pool was huge at the end, after the tip out, I was still walking away with more than at Applebee's. So it was nicer.
Okay. And how long did you remain a server with Ventana?
I think I was there 3.5 years.
Was that your only position within the resort?
No, the following summer in 2002, the wedding coordinator, her name was Arlene Murillo, she was having stomach pains that she had been ignoring for several months. And she finally went to the doctor and found out she had pancreatic cancer, and she passed away within a month. So I filled her position temporarily until they could find a more permanent replacement for wedding coordinator.
And you were acting as wedding coordinator, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And what did that involve?
It involved working with the brides and grooms and how they wanted their reception and their ceremonies set up. There are a few wedding sites at Ventana, and just negotiating the costs with them and returning phone calls, emails, sending out wedding packages for inquiries.
And were you, at this point in time when you were wedding coordinator, were you in a relationship with Daryl Brewer?
No.
Okay. Tell us, you talked about October 2001, you go to Ventana, you're hired by Mr. Brewer. Tell us about how that relationship evolved.
During that summer, in May, right prior to the summer, the restaurant, it was called Cielo at the time, it closed for remodeling, and so we moved the entire restaurant operation over to the inn, and I helped out with that, and Daryl was heavily involved with that. So we were working closely together, and then also with the wedding coordinating position. We worked more closely together, so I began to sort of develop a crush on him, but he was my boss, so I didn't ever let that on. And then at one point, he pulled me aside and said, I'm going to resign from my position tonight at, I think it was called the briefing. I think it was some kind of meeting we had before the shift started. So he wanted to let me know that, so it wasn't like a shock. I think he let a few other managers know ahead of time.
And how many months were you working with Mr. Brewer before, to your recollection, before he told you he was going to resign his position?
Well, I would have been working with him from the day I was hired, so about a year.
Okay. And but at that point in time, it was merely a working relationship? Was it a friendship?
I wouldn't even call it a friendship. We kept that separate. We never fraternized or anything like that. We just worked together.
Okay. So he's advising you that he is changing positions. Do you begin dating then, or just describe that for us?
No, after he stepped down from his management position, he stepped into a supervisory role. So I still didn't, make any moves, or he didn't express anything, and I didn't express anything. But then he decided he was going to step out of that role too. And prior to actually doing that, we had a conversation where we sort of discovered our mutual interest in each other, but we still didn't do anything because he was still technically my supervisor. And about a week later, he stepped out of that position, and we went on a date.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, how old are you in 2001 or I guess we're talking about 2002 now, right?
Yeah, I was 22.
Okay. And how old was Mr. Brewer?
He was 42.
Okay. How did you feel about dating someone that much your senior?
I wasn't so much concerned about dating him as I was concerned about how other people might view it. I found Daryl very attractive. He was tall, he was, handsome, beautiful eyes, that kind of thing. We were very compatible, our personalities. I don't know, I kind of saw him as like a George Clooney type, like he's older but attractive. And we had a lot of similar interests. So I think he was more concerned about the age gap than I was, because he was also concerned about how people might view him for dating somebody so young.
When you began dating him, did you know of did you know he had a son?
Yes, I had seen him a few times at the restaurant.
Okay. And did you know that he was divorced?
Yes.
Okay. And all those things were okay with you?
It wasn't how I envisioned it, but I guess you can't always control where your heart's going to go. There were things I discovered about him after the fact that he kept very private that I didn't care for, but I already loved him, so I accepted those things.
Okay. Well, before we start talking about those things, let's talk about the evolution of the relationship from that first date. Mm-hmm. You're still living in staff housing, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just kind of take us through the process of other dates, how the relationship evolved, that sort of thing.
Okay. As soon as he stepped down from the supervisory position, we went to San Francisco and went to a 49er game. We're both 49er fanatics, being from that area. We just kind of toured the city a little, not like a whole bunch of touring, but we walked around Union Square. Being in that business, you know other people that are in the business, so we got a great deal on a hotel room right near Union Square, and it was a good trip. We just continued to do that. I began to come over and hang out on our days off while his son was there, so he got a little more used to me. He was very shy when he was younger. I think I came into his life when he was about 4, 3.5, 4.
Okay. Was Daryl living in staff housing as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you're working together at this time as well?
Yes, he actually became a server, so we're both kind of equal as far as our positions go.
Okay. Do you recall how big a staff there was, at least among the waiters and waitresses there?
Off the top of my head, I'd say maybe 20 people, as far as just the servers.
Okay. Lots of women employed there as well?
There were maybe 7 other women, I think.
Were you, at any point in time, in terms of Daryl's interaction with women where you were dating, did you get jealous? Did you get angry at him?
At him, no, I didn't.
Now you go on these dates, you're both living in staff housing. We heard about the home you bought together. When did you buy that home?
We bought the house in 2005. I think we closed in June 2005.
Prior to buying that home, what happened we were talking about 2002, you're dating, you're both living in staff housing. Do you live together before you buy that house? Yourself and Daryl?
No, we had separate apartments.
Okay.
At that point, he had moved back to Monterey, and I had quit Ventana and moved to Monterey as well. And we were working in separate jobs, separate apartments.
Okay. And this was in Monterey?
Yes.
Okay. And you were still would there be a point in time when you say that you and Mr. Brewer were in a monogamous relationship, whatever we would call boyfriend-girlfriend, was there a point in time when that occurred?
Yes, I don't remember the exact point in time, but we were either in San Francisco at one of the games, or I can't remember. We celebrated as soon as he was out of his supervisory role. We celebrated and decided to make things official around that time.
Okay.
He was a little nervous about it. He didn't want to get married, so he made that very clear right off the bat.
Right off the bat, he told you he didn't want to get married.
Yeah, he made his intentions very clear that he liked me and he was attracted to me and he was okay with being with me, but he said, I don't see myself getting married again.
How did that sit with you?
I was young at the time, so it didn't bother me. I figured I still have many years left, and I enjoyed being with him, so that's what I did. I just enjoyed the time we had together.
Okay. And you said just a few moments ago, you said eventually you got to the point where you fell in love with Daryl.
Yes.
Is there a moment in time, or is there a point in time that you can describe for us where you knew that was the case?
I don't remember the exact moment. It was a gradual process. My crush just became more and more, and then I began to really love his son, and we progressed in that regard.
I asked because you said you got to a certain point where you're in love with him, these flaws or things that you had to overlook.
Yes.
Once you were in love with him.
Yes.
Could you describe for us what you mean by what you were overlooking, at least from your perspective?
I discovered after I had already developed some deep feelings for him that he was a smoker. He didn't advertise that. I never saw him smoking. So that was the only thing it bummed me out about is that his health. I thought, okay, it's going to affect his health. He didn't ever smell like smoke. I never knew it. So he had very good hygiene, but I was concerned about his health. And I also, he admitted to me one day that he was an alcoholic.
And those were the two big things that were troubling to you?
Yes, they were. I didn't see myself being with a smoker. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it wasn't a lifestyle that I wanted. My grandparents were chain smokers for a long time, and I saw how it affected their health very negatively until they finally quit. And I didn't want that kind of lifestyle.
What about the alcoholism? Did that manifest itself during the relationship?
I didn't notice it until after he really talked about it. We would hang out, we would watch football during football season, and we would have dinner at his house. He was a very good cook. And I would notice after dinner, he would take some Stoli out of the fridge, or it was Smirnoff, I think, out of the freezer, and he would pour himself a drink and okay, you know, whatever, he's just relaxing. But as the hours would go on, I would go back into the kitchen to throw something away, and there was an entire empty 6-pack of Sierra Nevada. And so I didn't see him drink it, and he wasn't changing his behavior. He was the same, so I didn't assume anything really. But when he told me about it, one day he was very troubled over it and was trying to overcome it.
So, despite these, you said, you know, you were in love with him. Before you buy the house, you're both living in separate apartments in Monterey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you working?
I was working at an Italian restaurant called Piatti, and also California Pizza Kitchen had opened a restaurant there at their mall. And so I helped open that restaurant, and I was tending bar there.
And to your recollection, where was Daryl working?
Where was he working? I don't know why, I can't remember. I think he was working in Pebble Beach, at a resort in Pebble Beach at the time.
Tell us about the thinking behind the two of you deciding to purchase a home together.
Well, I saw myself eventually becoming a real estate investor. That's what I sort of wanted to do career-wise. And obviously the housing market was taking off in 2005. So I wanted to buy a home and sit on it for a while. And I had good credit, but I didn't have quite the income required for that. So I began talking to Daryl about it, and he also really wanted to buy a home. The Monterey Peninsula was way out of our reach. At that time, like a dirt lot was going for $700,000. So there was no way we were able to purchase property in that area at the time. Also, I should probably mention he stopped drinking. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have considered that. So he's been sober since 2004. So we decided to talk about buying a house together, and his ex-wife was moving to La Quinta, California, which is in Riverside County, I think, and it's right near Palm Desert. So we began making plans to move to Sacramento since she was moving. We wanted to buy a home, but we wanted to stay nearer to Monterey and not come all the way down to the desert.
You become involved in the real estate market. Did you do anything besides just look at purchasing a home? Did you educate yourself, anything of that nature?
Yes, I took real estate classes at Monterey Peninsula College just to become more familiarized with the process of real estate economics, and I don't remember all the other title of the class I took, but it involved real estate. So I took those at the same time I was taking more semesters of Spanish, and began studying it and just paying more attention to real estate market trends and looking at listings and things like that.
Okay. One of the things we spoke about earlier was, all throughout high school, that you had an interest in art, photography, different mediums of art. Was that a business that you were interested in this time, or were you more focused on the real estate business?
It was a business that I saw myself developing, but I wasn't actively.
Did it, purchasing the home at this point in time, do you remember how much that home cost?
I believe it was $350,000.
And did you and Mr. Brewer have to put down a sizable down payment in order to buy that house?
I think, I can't remember who put money down, but it was one of those, I think it was 100% financed, interest only kind of thing.
Okay. What was your financial situation at that point in time when you were buying the house?
I was in a pretty solid financial position. I had a lot of money in the bank saved. Well, by a lot, I mean about 10 or 12,000. Which I think at that point in my life was the most I'd saved ever. And I had very good credit. Daryl had good credit. He had, I think, a Roth IRA or something that he was also, saving for retirement. So he was invested as well.
Okay. So when did you, if you can recall, when did you move into the home? When did you close on the house?
I believe it was June 2005 that we were actually going to move to Sacramento, and we were looking around the area there. So we made an offer on a house in Fair Oaks, which is a city right outside of Sacramento. And the owners accepted our offer. We checked out the house. We really liked it. And the day after our offer was accepted, the plan was we were going to take his son and keep him full-time, and he would visit his mother in La Quinta. And so the day after our offer was accepted, she decided that she wanted him to come live with her and continue the same custody agreement. So at that point, the Sacramento area wasn't feasible anymore for Daryl, and I wasn't able to buy a house without him. And of course I wanted to be with him because we were still together. So
Just so we're clear too, she is, in this story, she is Daryl's ex-wife, right?
Yes.
Jack's mother.
Jack's mother.
Okay.
So I came over to his house the day after. We're just really high on the fact that we're going to get a house, and we're excited. And he was just hanging up the phone, and he said, I don't remember what he said, but he was, sorry.
Well, Jodi, why don't we talk about the point in time then you make this offer in this house near Sacramento. You don't get that. Tell us how you wind up in the house that you wound up in.
Well, we decided that he needed to be nearer to his son. So we checked out schools and real estate prices in Palm Desert, which was more affordable than La Quinta. La Quinta is more a high-end community with more expensive property. In Palm Desert, there was a very good school district, and there were neighborhoods that had houses within our price range that were in that school district. So we made an offer on a house that I had seen online that I really liked.
Okay. So when you say really liked, was this just from a personal perspective or also from a business perspective?
I guess from the business perspective, because it was within our price range, and a personal perspective because just judging from the picture of the house, it looked like a house that I could see myself living in. Of course, we needed to see it in person first, but.
Okay. So when did you close and move into this house in Palm Desert?
We finally moved there in the summer of 2005.
And in terms of the situation, how big was this house?
The house was, I can't remember the square footage, somewhere around 1,400, maybe 1,500. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an open floor plan with the living room, dining area, and kitchen. It had a pool in the back, fruit trees, mature landscaping, palm trees, a front yard.
What was the living situation in terms of the bedrooms? Did you and Daryl share one? Describe that bit of it for us.
I had my bed, he had his bed, so we moved them both in, and I kind of kept the master bedroom sort of as my own space, and he had another bedroom that he kind of, like when he came home from work, he would call it his cave time. He needed about 45 minutes to just decompress, and he kind of just vegged out in front of CNN or something like that. And then after that, we would just sort of hang out.
Okay. Did Jack have a bedroom as well?
Yes, Jack had the other bedroom.
And how often did Jack live with the two of you?
He came on the weekends, 2 to 3 days a week.
And from your perspective, do you feel like you had a good relationship with Jack?
Yeah, we grew closer after moving to Palm Desert. Yeah, I did. I had a good relationship. It wasn't like a motherly kind of role. It was more like, I guess, having grown up with younger siblings, Jack felt more like a little brother to me.
In your relationship with Daryl at this point in time in 2006, or 2005, excuse me, when you moved into this home, what was the status of your romantic relationship with Daryl?
We were boyfriend-girlfriend. We were in a committed monogamous relationship, not necessarily headed for marriage, but I was in love with him.
You say not necessarily headed for marriage. Had Daryl's perspective, as you saw it, did that change from that initial advisement, I guess, that he gave you a couple years prior?
I was not under any impression that he had changed his mind about his position on marriage.
Okay. Do you want to take a break now?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jodi, before we took our lunch break, I believe we were talking about a point in time when you and Daryl had purchased your home in Palm Desert. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had also told us that Daryl's stance on not being married persisted all the way to the point in time when you were buying this home, right?
Yes, I think there was a time when he may have wanted another child. He implied that, but we never actively tried to get pregnant or anything like that.
Okay. So given that Mr. Brewer was not interested in getting married and you had your separate lives, your separate bank accounts, that you got the mortgage together, what was the plan on purchasing this home? Were you going to live in it for years? What was the idea?
Ideally, if everything had worked out and if the housing market had continued to increase, which of course it didn't, I think June was the year it peaked, or the month it peaked, then we would have stayed in it for 2 years and either rented it out or flipped it, sold it and tried to reinvest in another house.
So you didn't have a plan to be permanently together, whether married or not, you and
No,
Darryl?
actually, I had hoped to maybe buy him out on the house, if possible, so that I could own it, and then I had ideas of maybe making it into a business investment property.
Okay. At this point in time, were you still in love with Mr. Brewer?
You mean while we owned the house together?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you want to marry Darryl Brewer?
I probably would have, oh yeah, I would have married him. I don't know that, I mean, he was pretty clear that he didn't want to get married, so I didn't allow myself to entertain that idea, but I could see myself spending my life with him.
So, as it relates to this period, this plan that was hatched, I guess, or actualized in 2005 to buy the house and stay together in it for a couple of years and make money. Did that plan work?
No, it didn't work at all.
Why not? What happened?
The day before we signed on our house, our mortgage broker called and switched up the terms, and she said it really fast, and we were like, okay, whatever, we just really wanted the house. So what we failed to remember or consider was that in 1 year, the mortgage would index with the current rate, and so our mortgage payment jumped from $2,200 a month up to $2,800 a month, and it was a lot more than we were expecting.
And were you still working 2 jobs?
Yes, I was working 2 jobs, yes, in Palm Desert.
Okay. So your half of the mortgage then would have been $1,400, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that didn't include any of the other household expenses?
No other bills, just the mortgage alone was that.
Okay. And were you, between these 2 jobs, were you making the kind of money that you could afford that sort of payment?
I think I might have been able to. I would have been, I think, living very impoverished if I would. It didn't quite cover the mortgage. I came up short every month.
So how did you keep paying the mortgage?
I was hoping to earn more money or get another job, but what I did in the meantime, assuming that I would be able to pay it back, is I started paying the mortgage with my credit cards.
Was the value of the home, what was happening with that?
The value obviously wasn't increasing anymore. I didn't really look into the value of the home I was living in, but I was paying attention to sale prices in my neighborhood, and they were going for almost $100,000 less at this point than what we closed on our home for. So it was pretty apparent that the market was kind of switching back to a buyer's market.
And how long were you and Darryl able to maintain the home with this increased mortgage payment?
I can't remember exactly when it mortgaged, but it went south pretty quickly as far as being able to maintain the payments. I think the last the full half of payment that I made was in November 2006. And then by December, I couldn't quite get to $1,400, and then by January, I couldn't pay. I think I paid even less, and I think that was the last time I was able to even attempt it. And so by then, we decided we were going to just let the property lapse into foreclosure.
Okay. Moving back a few months to the fall of 2006, what was going on with your relationship with Mr. Brewer? Were you still happy, or describe that for us?
Well, I still loved him, but I think that summer I had a lot of things, just kind of reality hit. We weren't really progressing in our relationship. I was no longer 22, I was 26 now, so I began to question, where I was going with my life. Was I going to have a family with this person? And so it really didn't seem that way. And at the time, my goal was marriage and children, at least someday. And that's not something you can just go out and get, something you have to kind of invest time in. And so at age 26, I was more than halfway through my 20s, and I wanted to begin focusing more on that. But we had the house together, so I wasn't sure how that was going to work. So I became, I guess, a little more disenchanted with the relationship. He wasn't really focused on it. He had a lot of stress going on with his life and his bills and his son and his ex-wife and that kind of thing. So we were going in different directions. We had different visions for our futures.
You mentioned personally the things you wanted on a personal level, but you had also talked about this home purchase being a business venture for you, obviously one that wasn't doing so well, right?
Yes.
Did you have other ideas in mind with what you wanted to do with your life from a professional standpoint?
Well, I was looking for other ways to get on my feet financially so that I could, so that I could invest in real estate, which was going to be a main form of my income, so I could do other things that I enjoy, which would also be forms of income, such as photography. And I didn't see myself yet making a career out of art, but it was more a hobby than a career goal. But possibly that. And I wanted to get my art into galleries. I enjoyed the weddings that I had done at Ventana, but I enjoyed photography more than coordinating them, so I wanted to become a wedding photographer also.
Now, before we go any further into some of your ventures, we talked about a little bit throughout the course of your life you call it your spiritual or religious thinking. You talked about your two prior boyfriends. At this point in time in the fall of 2006, where was your thinking spiritually, religiously?
At that time, I considered myself very open-minded spiritually as far as religions go. I find good things in all kinds of religions, and truths in all religions are things that resonate with me. And so I didn't have a particular or specific religion that I was identified with or that I considered to be my religion. It was kind of open and broad, but I still considered myself spiritual.
Okay. Now you mentioned looking for a financial mechanism, if you will, to allow you to make money while you worked on your art and your photography, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Did you find one of those, or what you thought was one of those?
Yes, the year before, I went to work at California Pizza Kitchen one day, and my manager asked me where I saw myself in 5 years, and the first thought that jumped into my mind was real estate, something involving real estate. I think I mentioned that. He said he was going to be retired, which I thought was kind of a bold statement because he's about my age. And so he gave me some information, and it was the company that was then called Prepaid Legal. I think there was a magazine and a DVD, and he was really excited about it. And I thought, okay, well, he asked me to look at it, review it, and I told him I would. But it wasn't anything that really got me excited. Initially, I took it, that day at work, I put it next to one of the computer terminals, and I forgot about it, and it stayed at work for several weeks, almost a month, before I remembered to finally take it home.
Okay. Did you watch that DVD?
Not at that point. I took it home. I never looked at it. Well, not never. I didn't look at it for a long time. It went into a closet, just a storage closet. And about 6 months later, maybe 5 months later, I was cleaning it out. I was just cleaning things out, and I came across the DVD, and I wanted to throw it away, but I didn't want to throw it away before I at least knew what was on it. So I stopped what I was doing. I popped it into the DVD player and sat down and just gave it my attention for that time so that I could at least throw it away knowing that I knew what was on it before I threw it away. And I just liked what I saw, and so I called him back. And
Called who back?
the person who gave it to me, I called him back. He said he wasn't in the business anymore, but he could refer me to his upline, and so I got his number, and then I called that guy. And he told me he wasn't in the business anymore, but that he would still get me some more material on it. And so I waited a few days and didn't hear back from him. So I finally just went to Prepaid Legal's website and submitted my information to get more information about it. I think I was able to sign up on the website. No, I don't think I signed up then, but I submitted my information, and a lady named Michelle finally called me back.
And this lady named Michelle that called you back, did you know her?
No,
Prior
I
to
didn't.
her call?
Not prior.
Okay. Was this someone who was in your, and you were in Palm Desert at the time that you made this call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this Michelle, was she in your area?
She was, I think well, what happens is when you submit information, at least this is how it used to be, you submit your phone number or maybe by zip code or phone number, the referral goes to somebody within your area. So she's in the same area code as I am, but a different city. She lived in Hemet.
Okay. Did you meet with her, or tell us how that...
She called me. She was actually at one of the conventions. It was March 2006 that I went onto the computer, and during a break she checked her email, and she got notice of my information and called me right away and told me where to go to sign up. So I went online and I signed up, and when she came back from convention, we decided to meet at a restaurant. I think it was in Palm Desert or somewhere halfway.
Well, let's before you get too far, what do you mean by you signed up?
I didn't know what that meant at the time, but she just instructed me to go online, purchase the membership, and then also pay the fee to become an independent associate with the company.
Okay, so you bought their product, and then you pay an additional fee to sell the product,
Yes.
right? That's what being an associate means, to be able to sell the product?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And why was it that you were interested at this point in time of becoming an associate of this company?
I liked what I saw on the DVD. It was presented very well by two executives in the company that have had a lot of success and are very eloquent, and they were able to explain it in very simple terms with simple math, and it just seemed like something that was that I might have success with.
Okay. So you meet this individual, and are you then involved in selling the product as well, or how do you get involved in that?
Well, she sent me away with tons of supplies, DVDs to pass out to other people, magazines, marketing materials, and I really didn't do anything with it. I just took it home and it sat there and collected dust for a while.
And home, were you still living with Mr. Brewer at that time?
Yes.
And were you still in a boyfriend-girlfriend type relationship at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I keep saying at that time, do you know about what month? So these materials, you're telling us they sit. Were you actively trying to sell memberships? What were you doing in regards to prepaid legal?
Not at that point. She had called me in the summer. There was a team event at Daniel Summit, Utah, and it was scheduled at the beginning of July that year, and I was scheduled to go to my cousin's wedding, and I wanted to build my wedding portfolio, so that was much more important to me, obviously, and to be with my family for that event. So I didn't go to I didn't go to the company event that she invited me to, but I went to my cousin's wedding, and then the summer went by, and she called me in early August and asked if I had bought my ticket for the convention, which occurred in September. And I told her I had not, and she was very adamant that I go. And she told me, you can carpool with us. It's Las Vegas. It's not a far drive. So kind of at her behest, I bought the ticket reluctantly.
Okay. In September 2006, were you still, you talked about working 2 different jobs to pay the mortgage, that sort of thing. Was that going on in September of 2006 still?
Yes, I was going to go back to work at Quisto. They closed for the summer for a few months, and the owners leave the desert. They go up to Monterey, actually. And then it reopens mid-September, or maybe it's early September, whenever school starts there, because he had children. So around that time, the restaurant reopens, and I still had my position.
Okay. You also talked earlier, I guess, about the time that you purchased the house. You had $10,000 to $12,000 in the bank. was that money still in the bank in September 2006?
No, that money was long gone.
Okay. So what is your financial situation in September 2006?
It's paycheck to paycheck, struggling. I mean, we're not out on the street or anything, but I gave up all of the extra things that I liked, Starbucks, just things like that. Just little things that would chip away at your monthly income. Everything was very sparse. Just whatever we could make ends meet.
And your relationship with Mr. Brewer, is this still going fine, or are we still at this dead end that you were describing earlier?
It was something I sort of dreaded because I knew it wasn't going to last, but we hadn't discussed it. I don't know where he was with things. I figured he was kind of in the same realm. I didn't realize his feelings were as deep for me as he said when he was on the stand. We had that conversation about a year later, about 8 months afterward, where he told me that, which surprised me. I just kind of figured he was in another place and I was in another place.
Okay. So you purchased this ticket for this convention, and this was in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a specific location for this event?
Yes, it was held at the MGM Grand.
So do you then, did you go to this convention?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you get there?
I drove to Hemet and parked my car at Michelle's house, and we took her. She had a brand new Honda Accord, so it was real spacious, and she and Lenore and I all drove the three of us carpooled to Las Vegas.
Okay. And you mentioned this person, Lenore. Was this a friend of yours or a stranger to you at the time?
She became a friend. That was the first day I'd met her, and she was also a recruit of Michelle's.
Okay. So you go off to Las Vegas, and these people are virtually strangers to you. Is that what I'm hearing?
Michelle and I would talk occasionally and text. I was comfortable around her. She was almost my mother's age, maybe slightly younger. So I was comfortable around her, but I didn't know her very well.
And to this point in time, it sounds like you hadn't been active in the company at all. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Other than buying a membership?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
All right.
Wasn't really looking forward to going, but I figured I should give it an honest shot.
Okay. Did you know anyone else that was going to be at this convention besides your two companions?
I'm sorry?
Did you know anyone else at this convention besides the people you were traveling there with?
No.
Okay. Well, tell us about what happened when you arrived there.
When we arrived, we checked in. There was just a swarm of people everywhere with all their luggage. They were all other associates that were checking in. It's a convention of about, I think at the time there were about 12,000 people. So it's in Canada and the US, so all kinds of people from all different walks of life descend onto the MGM Grand for this convention. And not everyone stays at the MGM Grand, but everyone stays around in Las Vegas. So there were a lot of people checking in. We got to our room. We just kind of relaxed for a little while and then walked around, got lunch, and then later got dinner.
You said our room. What was the accommodations? Were you sharing it with these two ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
think her mom was also, I can't remember, I think there were 4 of us in the room.
okay. Now, did you get there on the day the convention began, or were you there earlier than the convention?
The convention is on a Friday and Saturday, and we showed up on Wednesday night.
Okay. And what to your understanding anyway, what were you to do at convention? Were you attending classes, attending meetings? What was your purpose in being there?
I didn't understand. I didn't know what to expect. I'd never been there before. She just told me it's going to be a great event. It's going to get you fired up. I had never attended a convention, not that convention, so I didn't really know what to expect.
Okay. And how long were you going to be there?
Well, we were going to leave Sunday, so 5 days total.
Okay. Is that when the convention ended?
No, my understanding was that it went all day Friday, all day Saturday. And there were smaller team events outside of those.
Okay. And was there a particular team that you were to be involved with at this convention?
Michelle was on Team Freedom, so when she recruited me, that made me part of Team Freedom. No, I'm sorry, I take that back. It was Team Renew. Sorry, there's a lot of different teams in the company. Team Renew, I think, was the name.
Okay. And tell us about what happened. You said you went in your room, you relaxed. What did you do next?
We just wandered around a little. We went out to the swimming pool. There were a lot of people there. I didn't bring a bathing suit. I didn't even think I was thinking business, so I felt, I don't know, it was 100 degrees and everyone was out in bikinis, hanging out, bathing suits, splashing around. So I felt awkward. I was just standing there in my business clothes. You know,
Okay.
I was getting introduced to a lot of people. I couldn't really keep track of everyone. There were a lot of names.
Okay. And you say you had a whole another day before the convention started?
Yes, there was Thursday, and then on Friday was when the convention started.
So what did you do on Thursday?
On Thursday, Michelle, Lenore, and I just went, I don't remember the whole day, but I remember we got dinner at Applebee's across town. We just were having dinner. We just killed time just doing things, running around town.
Were you meeting more associates though as well?
Yeah, before we left the MGM Grand, we walked around and met more people, and I was introduced to more people that she knew.
So there weren't any meetings or anything on Thursday, is that right?
I wasn't aware of any, but I later in that evening I learned that there was a banquet that occurs the night before convention, and that's the executive director banquet.
While you were at this convention, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes.
Describe for us where you were and what was going on when you met Travis Alexander.
On Wednesday night, this would be early September 2006, Michelle, Lenore, and I were with her mother and I think 2 other associates, and we were all sitting around this round table at the Rainforest Cafe, which is inside the casino and the hotel. We were having dinner, and we were finishing up dinner, paid our check, and we left. We didn't leave the Rainforest Cafe. We sort of stayed in this kind of lobby area. I don't know how else to. We were right outside the entrance, still indoors. And there's just tons of people everywhere. A lot of them are prepaid legal business associates, so I'm staying close to Michelle because she's the only person I really know. And I'm meeting other people that are on my team, and she introduces me to people that are in my upline and things like that. And there was just a crowd of people everywhere, and out of the corner of my eye I saw somebody walking toward me, kind of fast-paced, and I noticed it was a guy, and I thought he was going somewhere because he looked like he had a purpose, so I stepped out of the way because I thought he needed to walk past me, but he stopped right in front of me and stuck his hand out and introduced himself.
And was that Travis?
Yes.
What happened from that point in time?
I shook his hand and tried to just log the name because there were a lot of people that I was meeting that weekend. So we just kind of milled around the outside of the Rainforest Cafe a little longer, and then our group began to wander throughout the casino, just past restaurants and sports bars and the slot machines and all that kind of thing.
And you say your group, does that mean the people you went to the restaurant with?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, Mr. Alexander wasn't part of the lunch you had, or dinner, excuse me, at the Rainforest Cafe?
No, he wasn't.
Did he then follow your group around the MGM?
He made it a point to walk with us. He was also on Team Renew, but more like laterally. He was obviously hired as an executive director as far as position in the company, but So he knew all these people. He had met them all before. But as we wandered throughout the casino, he made it a point to walk next to me and keep me engaged in conversation.
Okay. Was this late in the evening when this was going on, or?
It was dark out, I think, but I don't recall it being very late.
How did you part company with Mr. Alexander that evening?
Well, after wandering around, we kind of wandered back to the lobby where that.
Hash, that is very cool. I like that. It's awesome. And yeah, so the Red Cross, when we have hurricanes and disasters, they come and they have like a box of food and they hand it out to people. They're very good. When I was little, during the flood hurricane, and then a recent one that happened a couple of years ago, same thing. So that's what that reminded me of, very much so. Moki, earlier I was using Google AI to decipher which year the 3-tab shingles that I was talking to Passion about a couple of streams ago was last used. It was last used in the early to mid 2000s. Anyway, middle of nowhere, so many countless ways to die, vanish without a trace. You can live an isolated life in the desert. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to the desert. It's truly an enchanting place. Yeah, that's basically how they would deliver food to us in disasters, including other places too that have disasters. Yeah.
There's a big golden lion statue, and we took pictures there with some people. And then after a while, I kind of noticed that I had been ignoring everyone else in the group, and just he and I were talking. And at one point there was a lull in the conversation, and it kind of felt like everyone was staring at us, so it was a little awkward. So I sort of began to talk to other people.
Okay.
And sorry.
No, go ahead. Tell it.
Okay. I don't remember how we parted, but just said goodbye, and Michelle, Lenore, and I went back to our hotel room. And I didn't really think anything of that meeting, but I think it was Lenore pointed out that she thought maybe he liked me, which made me think differently, I guess, about reflecting on our conversation, because I didn't get that vibe from him.
Okay. Did you speak, after you parted company, did you speak to Mr. Alexander again that night?
Not that night, no.
When did you next speak to Mr. Alexander?
Well, while Lenore and Michelle and I were at Applebee's having dinner, Michelle's phone rang, and she answered it, and I only heard her half of the conversation, and then she hung up and asked me, and just told me that Travis wants to know if I would go to the executive director banquet with him.
And we heard a little bit about this earlier, but from your perspective, at least, perhaps I should say it this way, your perspective at the time, did you even know what an executive director's banquet was?
No, when Michelle mentioned it, that was the first I'd heard about it.
And what did you come to understand that it was?
Eventually, I came to understand that it's kind of it's a banquet where everyone dresses up. The women are dressed to the nines, the men are usually in tuxedos. It's kind of an upscale banquet with multiple courses. And generally there are speeches and things that other people give at the banquet while you're dining.
Okay. Now, once this invitation came to you, let me ask, were you in any way prepared to attend such a banquet?
No. I turned him down and said I didn't want to go, because once I found out that it was something where you have to dress up for, I didn't bring anything for that, so I said thanks anyway, but no thanks, because we were on the other side of Las Vegas. The banquet started in less than an hour, and I just didn't see how I could get a dress, get back there, just rush hour traffic, all in that span of time. So.
And this would have been Thursday evening?
Yes, this was Thursday night.
Okay. Did you end up attending that banquet?
I did.
explain to us how you went from the point in time when you said, I don't have anything to wear, it's across town, it's in an hour, to actually attending the banquet. How did that happen?
Well, after I said no, Michelle was she encouraged me. She said it would be a very good experience for me. There are lots of executives that go that you should meet. I think her idea was to get me inspired to become more active in the company and get me more excited about the company. And both Lenore and Michelle were very encouraging, saying that you really should go. This is a very good opportunity. Not everyone gets this opportunity. So I kind of just said, okay, well, we got to find something for me to wear. So we ran around town. I think Kohl's was near Applebee's. I didn't know if there were any suitable dresses at that store, but we went in there, grabbed a few things off the rack, tried them on. Nothing was really working out, so I was thinking I was probably going to call him back. Well, actually, I did call him right before that and said, okay, I don't have a dress, but I'm going to look for one, and I'll let you know. And so I was in the dressing room at Kohl's. By that point, he had my cell phone number, and so he called me and said,
Did you end up buying a dress at Kohl's?
no.
Did you end up obtaining a dress to wear to this banquet?
Yes, his friend packed an extra dress, and she was the same size as me, and I guess she heard about his predicament and said that I could wear that dress.
Okay. Did you find it strange that Mr. Alexander was asking you to this banquet after only meeting him the day before?
I didn't really think of it as strange. I think the whole week was kind of strange. It wasn't really what I was accustomed to, so I was just going with the flow.
Okay. So, tell us how you obtain this dress and what happens as you're going from Kohl's to the banquet.
After I realized there was a dress at the hotel, we dropped everything at Kohl's, hopped in the car and got on the freeway, and it was very slow traffic, but we just made it all the way back to the MGM Grand, and we rushed up to the hotel room where the dress was. I changed, and Travis met me there, met Michelle and I there, and we walked across the complex over to the ballroom where the banquet hall was being held. I'm sorry, where the banquet was being held, in the ballroom.
Whose dress was it that you were borrowing?
His friend's wife, Sky Hughes.
And had you known Miss Hughes prior to coming to her room and borrowing her dress?
No, I had not met her.
And you mentioned his friend Chris Hughes being Sky's husband. Had you met Chris Hughes prior to this event?
No.
When you went to, well, let me ask you this. Was Mr. Alexander there in the room when you changed and got ready?
I think he showed up. I was in the bathroom changing.
Tell us what this banquet was like for you.
It was nice. I was somewhat accustomed to that level of dining because of my serving experience, but I was always the server, not the guest. So, and I was very familiar with just how the courses run and, table etiquette and that sort of thing. So that was not really, it didn't move me a lot, but what was interesting was all of these people that were there and how successful they all were. And that kind of opened my eyes to the reality that you really can be successful in this company, and it's not just some fly-by-night company or any kind of get-rich-quick scheme or things like that.
Any kind of what was that?
Like a get-rich-quick scheme, that's not what it was.
Okay.
It was legitimate.
It sounds to me like then that you were, to some degree, getting intoxicated by the success you were seeing. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if intoxicated would quite be right, but it definitely made a big impression on me.
impression how?
It stuck out in my mind. Travis also challenged me. He said every person I take to the executive. Okay.
Nobody approach her. Encourage you to become more involved in prepaid legal?
Yes.
Was Mr. Alexander one of those individuals that encouraged you?
Yes, he encouraged me the most of everybody.
Tell us, in terms of, you talked about the dining and things of that nature. Did you have any idea when you went to this banquet, or did you learn during the course of this banquet what an executive director meant in terms of income level?
I had an idea. There were people there giving they're called ring speeches. That means that they earned $100,000 within a 1-year period. So when you do that, you earn a ring to symbolize that, or to, show that. So that's a huge milestone in the company that a lot of people strive for. Travis did not have his ring. He came close. At one point, he said he made almost 80 grand. Sorry.
I couldn't hear the last statements. Restate the question.
How,
Phone, oh. To your right. Thank you. You may proceed.
to your understanding, how did Mr. Alexander have the ability to invite you to this executive director's banquet?
He wouldn't have to be an executive director to have tickets. So that meant that he qualified for that position.
And to your understanding, what did qualifying to that position mean?
It meant that he had a certain level of production in the company as far as selling memberships. I believe that was my understanding of it.
Okay. But you also mentioned something about a ring. To your understanding at this banquet, was that something different than being an executive director?
Yes, because you can be an executive director and still not be earning $100,000, or actually anywhere near that, is my understanding now.
Okay. Did Mr. Alexander give a speech at this banquet?
No.
Did other people that he was with or people that he knew, did they make speeches at this banquet?
People made speeches, and he may have known them, but I don't know what their relationship was to him.
The level of income of the people in the room, it seemed like from what Mr. Searcy told us, that was pretty well known. Is that correct?
Judge, you know, Mr. Searcy may or may not have said.
Restate the question.
Did you have an understanding, or was there any publications that talked about how much money these people were making?
Yes, some of the people are known to, well, you get a ring when you earn $100,000. When your income reaches $250,000, you get a diamond embedded in the ring. When your income reaches $500,000, you get 2 diamonds. And when your income reaches $1 million a year, you get 3 diamonds. So, and then there are people who earn beyond the $1 million mark. I don't know if there is any kind of outward symbol for that or not.
Okay. But you were learning this while you were present at this banquet, right? All these figures, these income figures, right?
Yes, people were mentioning their lifestyle in their speeches. It's incorporated their lifestyle, how things changed, how they struggled or how they're having success now, and they throw out numbers.
Did that speak to you in terms of your current situation? Or your situation as it relates to September 2006?
Yes.
Let's talk about that a little bit. What sorts of, in general, not specifically what they said, but what sort of statements did they make about the lifestyle in terms of with prepaid legal, how long it took to make money, those sort of things?
Their lifestyle, they no longer struggled, was the impression that I got. They no longer worried about paying the bills. They no longer worried about where their money would come from. They were more concerned with things of a higher nature, I guess you could say, like philanthropy, or who they could turn around and bless now that they've been blessed, and constructive ways they could now use their income to better society.
And that was something that also spoke to you?
Yes, very much.
After this banquet, what did you and Mr. Alexander stay together?
After the banquet, we left the banquet room, it was like a big ballroom, and everyone sort of mills around outside and takes pictures with people. And so Travis took me around to a few different executives, and I got my picture taken with a bunch of people and him. And we just did that, and after that I changed out of, we went back to the hotel room and I changed out of the dress and back into regular clothes.
Okay. Without telling me specifically what he said, during this evening with Mr. Alexander, did you get the sense that he had a romantic interest in you?
Not really. He wasn't really flirting with me. He wasn't giving off that vibe. I did get the impression that he was trying to impress me because he was talking about income, but he was talking to the guy next to him, but he was saying it very loud. So I got that impression, but not that he was trying to woo me, if that makes sense.
Okay. During that evening, did you learn anything else about Mr. Alexander, where he lived, his family, his work history? Did you learn things like that about him?
He didn't talk about his family, but the night before he said he was from Riverside.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That he was from Riverside.
Okay.
He told me he was a 49ers fan, which I kind of didn't believe because he was from Southern California and most people like the Chargers in that area. But it had to do with Steve Young. I guess it was a member of the church and a very good quarterback. He asked me about the UFC, if I was familiar with it. That was an interest he had, and I was familiar with it somewhat.
And UFC, is that an acronym for something?
Yes, it's an acronym for Ultimate Fighting Championship.
And is that what we would call cage fighting?
Yes, cage fighting, no holds barred.
Okay. And it sounds like you mentioned the church. Did he convey his faith to you that evening?
Not that evening. We went to convention on Friday. He had invited me to sit down on the floor where the executive directors sit. It's a bunch of chairs set up, so it's closer to the stage instead of the stadium seating.
And just so we're clear, is this the day after the banquet, right?
Yes, this is the Friday morning. I had a ticket, which was several seats up. It was with Michelle. And I got a text message from him that said there's an open seat down here if you want to sit closer to the stage.
Okay. And from your understanding, this would be an area, sounded like what you were telling us, is an area that you wouldn't otherwise be able to sit. Is that?
Yes, you needed a special pass to get into that area.
Okay. And do you know why?
It's reserved for executive directors only, so you have to be qualified for that position in order to get into that area.
Okay. And this And I'm sorry, what did you call this? You said it was a meeting, or what was this event Friday
It
morning?
was, I guess I would call them sessions, like there's a morning session and an afternoon session.
Okay. And for those of us who haven't been to one of these sessions with prepaid legal, what does this involve? Was there a huge number of people?
Yes, it fills up. It's a big stadium. I don't know how big, maybe football size, maybe not quite that big, but it's pretty huge.
Well, just so we're clear, we're not talking the size of a football stadium, right?
No,
Like
but
the
it holds
field?
it holds well over 10,000. I think it can hold like 15,000 people
Okay. All right.
with the floors.
Okay, so please go on then.
So that was filling up. I decided to make my way down. I don't remember how I got there. I think he met me at the area and took me over to where the seat was. And I went and sat down there, and the event starts with the national anthem and then the Canadian national anthem, because the company is in both countries. And then just different things get started. It's kind of mixed up. There's training, entertainment. So I mean, it's not entertainment, but their speeches. I think they use the term entertainment because it's entertaining training. Do you know what I'm saying? It's entertaining training, I guess you could say. Anyway, we just looked at these. I just watched these speeches and took notes in my journal and took pictures, that kind of thing.
What were this, and I'm not even going to try to repeat the word because I'm sure I'll butcher it, but this entertainment/training, what was that, from your perspective, designed to do?
It's designed to, well, you get more training. Sometimes there are new products that they roll out and they train on that, but at the same time it is designed to not be boring also. It's something that you usually riveted to. There's a lot of note-taking. Some people come out and just rally up the crowd. They're very good speakers. They have a lot of energy. The ring speeches that were heard at the night before also set on stage again, so that all the associates that were unable to attend the banquet also get to hear those speeches. They're generally very inspiring because they're success stories.
Okay. And is this meeting in this large facility, is this something that lasts all day?
Yes, we start, I don't remember the time, but we start somewhat mid to early morning, go till lunch, break for lunch, and then come back in the afternoon until late afternoon.
Okay. Did you have lunch with Mr. Alexander?
No, that day I didn't. I went to get sushi with Michelle.
Okay. When you go back to this meeting, do you then return your seat near Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he invited me one more time, so then after that, I just stayed in that seat for the rest of the convention.
Did the entire convention, you said the rest of the convention, did the entire convention take place in this one large room?
Yes.
Okay. So you spent the entire 2 days sitting next to him at this convention?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have dinner with him that what would be, I guess, Friday night?
Not Friday night. No, we didn't.
Okay.
I don't really remember Friday night, actually.
Okay. Tell us about Saturday then.
Okay. Saturday I was again getting lunch with Michelle, and we started texting each other sort of back and forth. By this point, it was pretty clear that he liked me more than friends. He wasn't being overtly flirtatious, but he was being very friendly. And I decided that, well, Michelle had told him that I had a boyfriend.
Did you have a boyfriend at the time?
Yes, I was still with Daryl.
Did you know, to your understanding, was Mr. Alexander aware of the fact that you had a boyfriend?
Yes.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, he was aware.
And you were just telling us that you got a sense of Mr. Alexander having an interest in you that wasn't strictly business, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned you were getting that sense. What things did he do to give you that sense?
He was texting me after the banquet. He said really nice things. You're a great girl. Okay, sorry.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, it's the effect of the listener.
Overruled. You may continue.
He was friendlier and friendlier, but not inappropriate. But after I learned that he already knew I had a boyfriend and he continued to act that way, I thought it would be, I thought I needed to pull him aside and tell him that I have a boyfriend so that he didn't get the wrong impression from me.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was Saturday night. We did have dinner at the Rainforest Cafe again. The whole Team Renew met. They reserved the upper floor of the Rainforest Cafe. We all had dinner there and then hung out in the food court after that and just talked for a long time. And then we went. I texted him earlier and said, I'd like to talk to you later.
She's the declaring error.
Rephrase the question.
What motivated you to, or I shouldn't say that, how did you arrange this conversation with Mr. Alexander?
I indicated that I would like to talk to him when the time was appropriate, alone, and he said okay. So we were hanging out in the food court, and he asked me, do you want to go for a walk? And I said I thought this would be my opportunity to talk to him, so we started going for a walk around the casino. It was very late. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning at that point, and we started wandering near the stores. They're all closed at that point, so there are plenty of people over in the casino area where all the slot machines are, but this end of the building was kind of empty. So as we walked, I explained to him that I had a boyfriend, and I told him I liked him, but I'm in a relationship, and I explained a little bit about the state of my relationship. I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just...
What do you mean by you explained to him the state of your relationship?
I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just said I'm not sure where it's going, but he's my boyfriend. That's what I said. I mean, I'm monogamous, so I'm with Daryl. I'm with Daryl. I'm not with anybody else.
Okay. Did he respond in any way to what you were saying?
He smiled, and he was aware that that's what I was, well, he assumed that's what I was going to talk to him about. And so at that point, it was clear, I thought, and I was able to relax a little more and just be friends. And so we found a park bench. It was kind of like a park bench against a wall at that end of the building, and we sat down and ended up talking for a few more hours just about everything.
Did he end up commenting on the what you should do regarding your current relationship?
Yes.
Did he advise you that you shouldn't settle for what you were dealing with?
Objection, meeting hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
Yes.
While you were out on this bench, was this outside or inside?
Indoors.
And you said the two of you sat and spoke for a couple hours.
Yes.
Did you talk about religion or faith during that period of time?
Yes, the topic did turn to religion.
Did he share with you his membership in the Mormon church?
Yes, I knew that he was Mormon at that point. Michelle said it as if to warn me, like it should be a warning. I didn't know what that meant because I wasn't familiar with the Mormon church. I didn't know, I just assumed it was another Christian denomination, like any other, and I didn't really, I mean, I'd heard about Mormonism over the years. Mormonism is the butt of a lot of jokes on South Park, and some people just seem very antagonistic toward Mormons. I didn't understand why.
Sustained.
Did you have concerns about being around Mr. Alexander because of his membership or practice of the Mormon faith?
No, not at all. Someone's religion wouldn't affect that at all.
Did he express a desire for you to learn more about his faith?
No, he implied it, but he didn't openly start proselytizing or anything.
Okay. During this conversation at the bench in the MGM, did he ever attempt to kiss you?
Not there on the bench, no.
But he did that night?
He leaned in very close as if he wanted to kiss me, and he was licking his lips and he was staring at my lips and like he wanted to kiss me, but he didn't.
And where did this occur?
On the elevator.
How close to you did he get?
Well, we got onto the elevator and
Objection, we don't spoke. She was asked how close did he get?
Sustained.
How close did he get to you?
he got right in my face. I would say 4 inches, maybe 5.
Okay. And this wasn't forced based on the size of the elevator, right?
No, the elevator was empty. At one point, there was someone else that stepped on, but
Large elevator,
yes.
and he got within 4 inches of your face.
Objection is the answer.
Overruled.
Yes, he put his,
Objection, we don't spoke.
Sustained.
Once he got within 4 inches of your face, with his face, was that right?
yes.
What did he do?
He licked his lips and said, I wish you didn't have a boyfriend.
Objection, yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Did you kiss him?
No.
Did he make contact with you? Physical contact?
Yes.
How?
He put his arm around me when he walked me back to my hotel room.
When he walked you back to your hotel room,
Yes.
did he attempt to kiss you again?
No, it seemed very obvious to me.
Objection assumes that he attempted to kiss her the first time. She said he did not.
No, actually, that's not what you said.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
He made it very obvious that he wanted to kiss me, but he was restraining himself. It was very obvious restraint.
And did he attempt to invite himself into your hotel room?
No.
And did you still have roommates per se for the hotel room?
Yes, Michelle and Lenore, and I believe her mom were inside sleeping at that hour.
And this would have been late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the last you see of Mr. Alexander when you're in Las Vegas?
No.
After that evening, when was the next time you saw him?
Sunday morning, they had what's called a breakout, and it was in a small theater near the MGM Grand, within walking distance. So that team, I think it was Team Renew, maybe a few other people not on that team were present. I saw him there. I didn't sit next to him. And then
Objection, the other scope. She was asked where she saw him.
Sustained.
Where was he when you saw him?
He was at the theater, and I was at the theater, and then he invited me to.
Objection, you haven't spoken.
What did he invite you to do?
He invited me to go to. It was a buffet of some kind back at the MGM, where he and a few other people were having breakfast.
Okay.
Or
Did
lunch.
you accept his invitation to have breakfast?
Yes.
And you said this was Mr. Alexander and other individuals, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were these people you knew previous to this point in time, or were these more individuals you were meeting?
I believe I'd met them over the weekend. They were people on my team and in my upline.
Okay. The friends that you came with, you drove from California with, were they at this breakfast?
No.
Where were they, to your knowledge?
I don't know. I don't know where they went after the breakout.
Okay. This breakfast with Mr. Alexander, was that the last time you saw him?
No. Well,
At the convention?
no.
Okay.
I stayed with him till he left, I think.
Okay. And what did you do after breakfast, or did he leave right after breakfast?
We walked over to the front desk where he checked out, and we walked out to the front where there were valets, and he was loading stuff into the taxi and getting ready to go to the airport.
Were there arrangements made for you two to have contact with each other again? How did you leave things with Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, he indicated he would call me. I didn't really expect him to call me, but that's kind of where we left it. We hugged.
Did he attempt to kiss you before he got in the taxi?
No.
When did you leave the convention?
Michelle and Lenore and I checked out a few hours. We got lunch at the Rainforest Cafe again, and then we checked out after that.
Okay. And I presume you drove back to California?
Yes.
After you arrived back in California, you were still living in the home with Daryl, right?
Yes.
Was it back to work, or what did you do when you got back?
I did have to work. Just back in the same routine, except Travis began to call me.
At this point in time, when you came back to California, to Palm Desert specifically, did you still consider Daryl Brewer to be your boyfriend?
Yes.
Were you still sexually active with Mr. Brewer after you came back from the convention?
No.
Why not?
I don't recall specifically why. Oh, well, because we broke up, I guess that would be why. But we didn't have sex after convention. I remember prior to that was the last time that we did.
Okay. Prior to the convention?
Yes.
And you talk about breaking up with Mr. Brewer. When did you do that?
Well, I got back from convention on Sunday, and I broke up with Daryl on Thursday of that week.
Why did you break up with Daryl after you came back from the convention?
The relationship was already, like I'd mentioned, was kind of fizzling. I loved him very much, but it wasn't going anywhere. At least we had different visions for our futures. Because it had been like that from day one, it took me 4.5 years to really just let it go, because I really loved him. Also, on Wednesday night, I was invited to go out to some of Travis's friends' house. And I knew Travis would be there, and I didn't want to. I'm kind of like, I one guy at a time kind of person, so I didn't want to have anything overlapping, and I knew there was an interest with Travis, and I was beginning to sort of develop just the seeds of interest with Travis, and I didn't want to be in a relationship when I went there, because I didn't want there to be anything hindering I didn't want to feel guilty for flirting or sitting next to him or doing any of that. I wanted to be out of a relationship so that I could not cheat on anybody, if that makes sense.
Would it be correct to say that then, from what you're telling us, Mr. Alexander motivated you to break up with Daryl Brewer?
The things he said made a big impression on me. It wasn't just about relationships, it was about my whole life, my career, and the direction of my life. So it made me step back and take a look at where I stood and where I was going. So that was part of the reason.
You mentioned something that I think is interesting. You said you came back with a different vision of the future. You came back from the convention with a different vision of the future than when you left, right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us, if you could, what was your vision of the future before you went to this convention in September 2006?
It was kind of nebulous. It wasn't very clear. I just knew that I wanted to, basic things. I knew I wanted to have kids someday. I knew I wanted to be married someday. I knew I didn't want to struggle paycheck to paycheck. I didn't see myself living a life of excess, but definitely being able to pay the bills and provide for a family somewhat, or just at least be a joint contributor to the household. I saw myself getting more into photography, and hopefully I still had hopes of being successful in real estate eventually.
And when you come back from convention, what's your vision of the future?
I still had those desires, but leaving convention, I can't really describe it. It was painful, actually, because I knew that there was a lot of change on my horizon at that point. I couldn't continue with the same life that I had been living, because it's kind of like my eyes were opened to a lot of things that I had been ignoring. And the idea of change was uncomfortable. I really loved Daryl, but I couldn't continue with him.
That sounds more about things on a personal level. But what about your vision for your future on a professional level? Were you believing, leaving this convention, that prepaid legal was going to make you rich?
The idea of selling the membership was uncomfortable to me. I believe in the product, and but just hitting up my friends and family seemed awkward. So I had that desire, but I couldn't quite see myself going out and doing it, at least yet.
Okay.
So Michelle invited me to an event a week later, and it kind of reiterated some of the things I had seen at convention, and I continued to go to these events. From then on, I became more active as far as plugging into those events and how to sell the membership and how to have success, and just the general vision of it became more crystallized in my mind.
Was there a general point in time then when you decided that to, for lack of a better phrase, go all in prepaid legal in terms of your future?
I had periods in the company where I was very productive, and the money I made was surprising. I didn't realize the compensation plan was as generous as it was, and I liked that, but I found it difficult to maintain that level of production every month.
Were you still working other jobs?
Yes.
Did you eventually get to a point where prepaid legal was your only job?
No.
How much did you make in a year with prepaid legal in say your most productive year?
I really didn't make anything for several months at a time, and then one month I made approximately $1,700, and the next month I made, I want to say, a little over $1,000. So those 2 months were really good.
How much time a week were you spending investing in your prepaid legal business?
Not nearly as much as I should have been. They have goals in the company, things that they'd like you to commit to, such as talking to other people about a minimum number of people per day or per week. And I don't remember them now because it's been so long, but just different. They're called 10 core commitments, at least that's what they were called then. And they tell you that if you just do these things systematically, then success follows.
How many hours a week were you working at the restaurant?
At that time, I was still full-time at Quisto, but eventually I quit that job. And then I only had one job.
Okay. You broke up with, I want to go back to this conversation you had with Daryl. Did you guys sit down and the two of you talk about the relationship?
Yes, I guess I wasn't as specific as I thought I had been. It sounded like he didn't have he didn't get that impression, but we sat down. I actually had a conversation with him. We sat at our kitchen table, and I just told him, in essence, I told him, I know we're not getting married, but I'd like to have kids someday. And he said, okay. And I said, well, I think maybe we should, I might want to start pursuing that goal. And I know that you don't want to pursue that goal with me, and that's okay. I know he was moving back to Monterey. I said, I know you're moving back soon. So I kind of just left it at that. I don't think I was very specific, but he was nodding his head like he understood what I was saying. So I was under the impression that he understood that we were no longer together at that point. I mean, not in a committed relationship where we are boyfriend-girlfriend.
And you mentioned doing this prior to being invited to spend a weekend in California with Mr. Alexander, right?
I actually did it right after I was invited, but prior to going.
Okay. Prior to you going to California, or prior to this breakup, had you had any other interaction with any officials from the Mormon Church in your home?
Not at that point.
So tell us about when was this trip to California or somewhere else in California to take place?
This would have been the weekend after convention.
And where was it? How many hours from you was it?
I don't remember the drive, not far. It was in Murrieta, California. Either Murrieta or Temecula. I think Murrieta. And I'd say an hour and 15 minutes maybe on the drive.
And whose home were you going to?
I was going to Travis's friends, and their names are Chris and Sky.
Is that Chris and Sky Hughes where the dress came from?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to, at this point in time, did you have an understanding where Mr. Alexander lived?
Yes. I knew he lived in Mesa.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable going to Murrieta to spend this, I guess it was a couple days, in this home of people you barely knew?
I had met the Hugheses at convention, and they seemed like very nice people. So I was a little uncomfortable, but not in a bad way, just shy. But I didn't feel unsafe or anything like that. I just, there was going to be a party there. I believe Mr. Hughes' brothers were moving to Colorado, so it was sort of a going away party, and Sky's brother also returned from his mission. So it was kind of and then all the prepaid legal associates were there, so it was kind of a party with multiple purposes. We were all just there gathering. It's like a social gathering.
Was it your understanding, you said a social gathering, were you there as one of the party guests per se, or were you there as Travis's date?
Just a party guest.
Did you spend a lot of time with Travis over those few days?
Not at first. I got there while the party was in progress and hung out for a while. Michelle was there, so I felt comfortable a little bit. And eventually she left. It had been discussed ahead of time that, and this was on a Saturday, this party, that I could stay the night. They had an extra bedroom, and they wanted me to attend church with them in the morning. So I agreed to that. And Travis actually wasn't there at the party. He was late, and he showed up after almost everyone had left.
Did you spend time what would have been Saturday evening before church? Did you spend time with Mr. Alexander on Saturday evening?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you, or were there other people involved?
At first it was Travis and I. We were sitting on an oversized chair, and Chris and Sky and one other guy named Jeff. I can't remember his last name at this point. We were all sitting in the living room watching a funny video that Travis had made or filmed.
At this point in time, had you kissed Mr. Alexander?
No.
When did you first kiss Mr. Alexander?
We all went to bed, and he came into the bedroom I was staying in. I assumed there was probably going to be some kissing or some kind of talking or hanging out. We had talked every night that entire week. So that's when we kissed.
I want to clarify too as well. You just said something. You said you talked to Mr. Alexander every night. What time period are you referring to?
The time from the Monday after convention till Friday night, because he showed up Saturday.
So he called you after convention every single night?
Yes,
Judge
that.
Anderson's guys let me know that she didn't say he called or they talked.
Rephrase.
How did you and Mr. Alexander wind up communicating all these nights between convention and his invitation to you?
Well, I was at my home in Palm Desert, and he was at his home in Mesa, so he called.
Okay. Did he call you on your cell phone or a home phone, or
My
do you
cell phone.
recall? Okay. And about what time of the day, if there was a consistent time of the day, was he calling you?
The first night he called around 8 o'clock, and then toward the end of the week it began to get a little bit later, not inappropriate late, maybe just 9:30, a little closer to 10. He learned my schedule, and I usually worked in the afternoons, so it wasn't a big deal that he called that late.
What was he calling about?
We just talked mostly about, well, he told me a lot about himself and his dog, his religion, his mission, his friends. He had lots of funny stories he would share, and he wanted to know about me. He wanted to know about Daryl. He wanted to know just different things about my life.
These conversations you had with him over these days after the convention, is that part of what you meant by his words encouraging you to break up with Daryl Brewer?
Will you say that again? I'm sorry.
You talked about how some of the things that Travis said to you encouraged you to break up with Daryl Brewer,
Yes.
right? These things that he said to you that encouraged you to break up with Daryl Brewer, were some of these things said during these phone calls he was making to you?
Yes, just encouraging me to never settle for mediocrity was really what it centered on. Relationships, careers, anything. Also, when he found out Daryl's age, he was making fun of him.
What do you mean making fun of him?
Just that I was dating grandpa, things like that. You know, just little jokes, and I mean, I didn't really find it funny, but I didn't get overly offended or anything. I just said he's not like that. And, you know, I described him as handsome and, you know, like that.
Okay. What at this point in time was it about Mr. Alexander that encouraged you or helped maybe push you over the edge, so to speak, to break up with Daryl?
Like I said, some of the things he said helped me to gain a different perspective and step back and take a look at my life. And I realized things weren't going anywhere. If it probably weren't for Travis, I may have just continued on like that until Daryl moved, and who knows. But knowing that I wanted to hang out with Travis that weekend, and I didn't want to, I've always been faithful in my relationships, and I didn't want to change that now. So I decided to break things off with Daryl so that I was just free to hang out with Travis without, you know, feeling guilty that I was sitting next to him, or if it led to kissing or something like that. It wouldn't be something that I would feel bad about.
We're going to take the afternoon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room by 3:30, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Okay, so that will be it for tonight, and that was a very fascinating part of this testimony. A very cool chat, and thank you, Passion, for being here. Shout out to you and those that were here, those that are lurking, hang out with us. So everybody, good evening, afternoon, good night to all, and peace.